Hello out there, everyone. I'm Andrew Jackson with the American Go Association. I'm joined today with Michael Redmond, non-professional from the Nihon Kiin, and David Silver, lead researcher of the AlphaGo team. David, thanks for joining us.
No problem. Nice to be here.
I think in the pre-match commentary here, we'd like to ask you a few questions about AlphaGo, where it's come in the last year. And I guess we should start with, if you'd like to summarize, for those of us who weren't able to see the talk yesterday, how has AlphaGo changed since last year's version that we saw against Is et al.?
Well, we've worked very hard to improve the algorithms that are inside AlphaGo. And in fact, people tend to assume that when you do something like machine learning, it's all about the amount of computation and the amount of data that you actually use. But in fact, often it's the algorithms that really make the difference. And so this is really where we focused on AlphaGo. And in fact, now the new version, AlphaGo Master, actually uses a lot less computation power. It uses about 1/10 of the computation power of the version that played against Is et al. Last year. And it trains in a matter of weeks rather than months. And so why does this happen? Well, it's actually down to the methods that we use. And the main difference inside AlphaGo Master is that it's actually become its own teacher. So the way to understand this is that we really want to train AlphaGo on the best quality data that we could possibly find. And in our case, the best data that we can get our hands on is actually games played by AlphaGo itself. And so what we do is we actually get AlphaGo to play itself millions of times, and we use this extremely high-quality data where it's kind of searched really deeply in each of these positions and done that in each position of a game and played all the way to the end. We use that data to train its neural networks.
To retrain it, in other words, sort of like distilling its previous understanding.
That's right. And because of this, it's much less reliant on human data and human knowledge than previous versions.
Got it. Awesome.
That's very interesting.
It's very interesting. Yes. So with the new value network, I think...
I have some questions about, well, I have zillions of questions, but just to keep it to some safe areas, I'd like to ask you, like with an open board like this with Komi, there's various Komis that we play with throughout the world, like 6.5 or 7.5. So in this match, it's going to be a 7.5 Komi. So how does AlphaGo sort of, it always gives itself a certain winning percentage. So like, for instance, with this open board, with no stones on the board, it would give a winning percentage to black or white. How would that be?
So AlphaGo, interestingly, actually thinks that the game is really balanced with a 7.5-point Komi, but it thinks there's just a slight advantage to the player taking the white stones.
Oh, yes. Okay. So today, let's see, it's
Koje
has white, so he has a slight advantage at this point.
And Koje is famous for playing very well with white.
Oh, yes. That's going to be interesting.
A very good win rate with white. I guess a follow-up question to that would be, of black's possible first moves, is there any that makes a dent in that slight advantage? Is there any move that seems to be better?
Or any moves that are maybe not as good as the
Or not as
one.
good, sure. Does the value network have any opinions on the first black move?
Well, the value network would certainly say if you played something crazy, for example, to play in the 1-1 point, it would certainly, you would see a very big dent in the evaluation of the position. Right. But amongst the standard opening moves which are played, AlphaGo actually evaluates them quite closely. So we're talking about very slight, decimal point advantages to one move over another in the explanation.
Really small differences.
Could I just ask, well, maybe you won't be able to know about this, but since AlphaGo plays star points and 3-4 points mostly, and in the 60-game series we were seeing that. But of course, naturally, a one point is obviously bad to a human too. But we don't really know about moves in the center of the board, like, for instance, or on the sides even. And very few games of professionals have been played, like Tengen. There's just a handful of games played by top pros. So does AlphaGo have any evaluation of that kind of unusual position with a move that is more ambiguous?
At least from what we've seen so far, AlphaGo does tend to prefer moves around the corner area to opening right in the center.
Oh,
okay. That's quite an interesting tidbit there. Thank you very much. All right. Well, is there any other perhaps future work or plans for AlphaGo that you can mention at this time?
Well, I mean, we're really just focused on what's happening this week. We're really excited to see what happens during the remaining matches, and can't wait to see the gameplay today. Right. You know, as one of the developers, actually, I think the second game is where you can start to actually relax and enjoy it a little bit, because the first game where we're just watching to make sure that everything goes as it should from a technical perspective. Right. And now we can all just sit back and perhaps enjoy the game a little more than the first one.
Proud parent, I know the feeling. All right, well, that's wonderful. Thank you very much. I think we have 5 more minutes here of our pregame commentary.
Well, perhaps maybe it's worth clarifying, because you mentioned the value network.
Yes.
So would it be worth explaining what the value network is to some of the audience?
And, definitely.
So AlphaGo, inside it, has 2 different neural networks. And these neural networks are representations of Go knowledge. And so this is really what gives AlphaGo its brain, if you like. It's kind of its way of understanding what's happening in the position. And so it takes in something like the board position, and it passes it through this brain, through the value network, to come up with some estimate of who's winning in that position. And that's just a number. If that number's high, then it says that AlphaGo thinks it's going to win in this position, and if it's low, it thinks the opponent's going to win in this position.
Is that number directly translatable to a percentage?
Yes, that number actually tells you the probability that AlphaGo assigns to winning the game from that point onwards. And then there's this second part of the brain, which we call the policy network. And the policy network looks at the position and essentially recommends a move to play in this position. And again, you can translate the final output of this part of the brain into its preferences over all of the moves. And again, these you can think of as probabilities, if you like. And what's different in AlphaGo Master is actually the way that these networks are trained. So in AlphaGo Master, these are trained from games that it's played against itself. And this means that it's played using this very high-quality data that was played with these very the full power of AlphaGo playing searches, you can imagine, produces very high-quality moves. And those very high-quality moves produced by AlphaGo searches provide the training data which we use to train the policy network. In other words, we try and get the policy network to predict the move that AlphaGo itself would have played with its full power of search and look ahead.
Which sort of builds all of that previous knowledge into the new policy network that is being trained on.
That's right. And similarly, the value network then trains on these very high-quality outcomes we have at the end of the games played by AlphaGo against itself. You can imagine that if you're in a certain position and you want to know who's ahead in that position, then a very good form of training data is actually to get AlphaGo to play out the game from that point all the way to the end. And so that's the training data we use to train the value network. We ask it to predict what would have happened in games against itself from that point onwards. And then this process gives us a new policy network and a new value network that we plug back into AlphaGo search, and we iterate the whole process many, many times.
Yes.
And I know yesterday, Demis and yourself, I think, mentioned the concern that self-play might lead to gaps in that knowledge, and that Isidol was brought in last year to maybe help find out those gaps the same way Koje is in a way to see if there is any sort of self-fit. Is there some concern that the self-play would lead to almost an overfitting where it has mutual blind spots? Or is there steps taken to address that?
So that's a very interesting question. But in fact, what we've seen is the opposite. That, in fact, the kind of gaps in the knowledge that we saw previously in the match against Lisidol, we actually see that by continuing to play games against itself and to train further and further on those games, it actually starts to address some of those issues. And so progressing further with the self-play actually appears to correct some of these misconceptions that AlphaGo used to have. Now, of course, this doesn't guarantee that it doesn't still have some gaps.
But there might still be some out there.
And for us, it's very hard to evaluate those additional gaps in knowledge without playing a match of this type.
Without actually having an evaluation.
And so that's one of the reasons we're all so excited to be here, because we want to try and explore these kind of amazing games against a top pro who's at the pinnacle of his game and the pinnacle of the Go world. And then we have a chance to really find out if it has gaps. And if it doesn't, well, the beautiful thing is you can think of this as like 2 sculptors combining to make some kind of work of art together, and just really excited to see what that sculpture ends up looking like today.
That's wonderful. That's wonderful. All right. Well, we'll hope that Koje can be a willing partner.
Oh, yes.
All right.
Yeah,
Looking forward to it. Koje with the white stones will be coming right up, and we'll see you soon.
Yes.
Thank you.
For the players, please take your seat. Good morning. I am the chief referee, Yugang Han, of this match. Please allow me to announce the rules of the match. For the players, please turn off your mobile phones. For the audience on site and other staff, please switch your mobile phones to the silent mode. This match is conducted according to Chinese Go rules. The time for this match is 3 hours and 60 seconds. Countdown for 5 times, lost by time. Today we are going to have the second match, Kejie versus AlphaGo.
Right, it looks like they're getting started.
They're started now, yes.
Hello out there, everyone. I'm Andrew Jackson with the American Go Association, joined today by Michael Redmond, 9-down professional from the
Happy to be here.
Yeah. Thank you so much. We're about to see game 2 here of Kejie versus AlphaGo in Wuzhen, the Future of Go Summit. Kejie has the white stones today.
Yes.
Which, as we were just hearing from
asked,
David Silver,
slight advantage for white, yes.
This is the opinion of AlphaGo's value network, looking at a blank board, is that maybe white has a slight advantage, suggesting that the Comey is probably about accurate.
Right, because, that's with 7.5 points.
Right.
So I would assume with, we didn't ask, but with 6.5, it would probably be
Too
a
few.
slight advantage for black.
Right.
And so it's pretty good, I guess, the Comey.
We'll leave the game theory boffins to decide if a correct Comey has white.
And of course,
winning
this empty
slider.
board is something that AlphaGo is going to be encountering every game.
That's right.
And so it has a huge universe of game data which it has processed.
That's right.
And including its self-played games.
Well, the other interesting tidbit that David was telling us was that black's first move here in the lower right corner of the board.
That's interesting, yes.
That is interesting. Black's first move seems to be fairly similar, regardless of if it is on the 4-4 or the 3-4.
Or yes, here or here.
Right.
These are both moves that are commonly played by, most common moves for professional human players. Also, AlphaGo and its games against Lee Sedol and the 60-game series it played as master, it played mostly star points, but it also played 3-4 points.
But it did limit itself just to these two, that it didn't stray too far outside of those.
Right,
openings.
so it'd be interesting to see how it evaluated moves like this, which have also been played in professional human games, but are a bit unusual.
Right.
Like, we find them hard to make them work sometimes.
Right.
And so it takes, for human players, it takes a kind of an expertise in this particular opening to make it actually work, and so it's much more difficult to make moves like this, or even moves like this. There have been players who've made moves like this. And as I was saying in the pregame analysis, some people have played here, and like it's the middle of symmetric position.
Sure.
So you could reason that it's supposed to be a good move, but really no one knows whether it's good or bad or not. And so those are really interesting questions that we would want to put to AlphaGo at some point.
Exactly. We would love to interrogate it a bit more.
And I'm not saying I'm going to treat AlphaGo as an oracle.
No, no.
I'm not going to blindly follow it, but that would be
it could
very
definitely
interesting information.
Guide our exploration.
Well, yeah, it would be fun things to play with.
Right.
And we don't necessarily have to agree in order to get a lot out of it.
And some of those more unusual moves, like the 5-3 and the 5-4 point, it seems like those were more often seen in some of the games of antiquity, right? Some of the games.
Yes. Well, yes. Go has been around for thousands of years, and we don't really know exactly how many thousand, but it seems to go back to the dawn of civilization almost.
Right.
So there's very high-level playing that has happened, obviously, and there's some documents left behind that indicate that. Now we see that AlphaGo plays the 3-3 point too.
Wow.
And that was one of the questions that we had.
That was one of the questions.
Since it likes to dive into the 3-3 point so much.
Why not just play
play it first? Yeah,
Right.
and so there it is. so it did play it.
Have we seen this in any of the Master
In
series?
the Master Go series, when AlphaGo played a 3-4 point like this, it would usually play another 3-4 point like this. Is what we call the opposite komokus, or makai komokus.
I hear these lead to a fighting game frequently.
It can lead. Well, that's not when black plays it. Like the fighting game you were talking about is when this is the fighting 3-4 points. The fighting 3 points, 4 points leads to a fighting game. It usually happens when white answers this black move here, and black answers here, and we get this fighting opening.
Right.
When with Master 6 months ago, or AlphaGo 6 months ago, if white played on this side, usually Master would switch back to a star point and 3-4 point opening, which is sort of what I'm calling its favorite opening.
Standard,
yeah,
maybe.
It really likes this opening. But when white plays on this side, AlphaGo. I keep calling it Master, but strictly speaking, I should probably call it AlphaGo.
Right. They're all AlphaGo, maybe all of the same lineage.
They're all similar, yeah. Well, it was such a popular name after that 60-game series because there was such a distinct
character
evolution that had happened. It was so different from the AlphaGo before that we sort of wanted a different name for it. Yes.
So it was a good thing that they ended up choosing it.
Yes. So this is what it was doing 6 months ago, but now we see it has played. So like it was interesting that Kwache sort of foresaw that.
Right.
He was doing it too. Like this is the same opening if black next plays here. And it looks like white played a 3-4 point up there. And black immediately.
Approach. Yeah.
Now this is the approach move that that AlphaGo likes.
Seems to favor.
Like when it was playing against Lee et al., it would usually play the high approach.
Huh.
This one, yes. And then even with black, it usually seemed to like to play that one. But after it came back after several months,
as master,
it would play this move, and it seems to attach a very high value to pressing on the fifth line.
Pressing down and emphasizing the center.
And so one of the questions that was raised is, if it likes to play that move so much, why doesn't it play the 5-3 point to start with? Because if the opponent jumps in, then that's a chance for black to press.
By transposition.
Because AlphaGo really seems to like that move a lot. And by saying that, I mean that it seems to attach a high value to it.
A high value to
I think that would be a more, a better way to say it for the programmers maybe. Since it plays that move, even after white has some pincer move,
it will
still play here. And this is actually a joseki, it's a sequence that humans play too. And then white will usually crawl, and then black extends, and white jumps. And then AlphaGo will jump in here, and leads to a bit of fighting on the upper side. But the point is that AlphaGo seems to consider this black group as a fairly strong group that it doesn't have to worry about. And in actual playing, it didn't, because, well, for one thing, there's this move here, which will help black establish a base in the corner. And there's also the fact that white is a bit low on the left side here, and so black can later on push on the fourth line to sort of build into the center. So it's relatively easy for black to make this group a safe group.
Has two options.
Yeah. And so black can treat it as thickness, and then like if white does something like this, then AlphaGo. This kind of pattern was seen, but of course the positioning of these two stones is already different from what AlphaGo was doing 6 months ago. So this, looking at the whole board, this is new. But if we're looking just at the upper side, and if we say, for instance, we move these stones around like this, and started with this opening, which was the most common opening in that 60-game series, then this is something that was happening a lot. In fact, this is probably the most common. There were probably about 5 games. I don't have an exact count. I don't remember correctly, but it's something like 3 to 5 games that were exactly like this.
Right.
And it's very unusual for a human player to repeat the same opening like this so many times. And it's also unusual for AlphaGo too. So this is what I'm calling its favorite. It worked every time. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. And so I'm calling this its favorite opening. And let's get back to the game then.
Sure.
Yes.
So you were mentioning that AlphaGo seems to favor the low approach. Prior to AlphaGo, was the high approach more seen in human
I think that the AlphaGo that played with Fan Hui and Lee et al. Was still trying to keep the opening relatively simple. And so it preferred, since most human players will play the attachment underneath and we get this Joseki, it gives white some, well, AlphaGo usually plays this one.
Right.
Yes.
This was more of the...
And then if we're talking just about the upper side, then AlphaGo will continue here. I mean, this is the Joseki that humans have been played. And of course, AlphaGo sometimes did something a bit different, like that one, yes, and that kind of thing. But in this position, black is giving white a lot of cash here, a lot of territory. And in return, black has some ability to control the entire board, because black is on the outside and has some thickness. So when invading the upper side like this, when white has more stones than black, giving away some territory in order to have more control.
Stability.
Stability. It allows black to handle this area where white has more influence in a peaceful manner, because you don't really want to start a fight in an area where your opponent has more stones, more influence.
Right.
And so it makes sense. But as we saw 6 months ago, AlphaGo at that point had become much better at fighting, and could handle this move is more territorial oriented in that if white plays here, white can still get some territory, but this is a smaller territory than the territory that we were seeing before.
With the high.
And so it's giving white less territory. And the drawback, there's always a pro and a con to these moves.
Always trade-offs.
But the drawback is that black tends to have more trouble stabilizing this stone. So my interpretation of the fact that AlphaGo is playing this move now is that AlphaGo is feeling more comfortable with its ability to stabilize it. And so it has some patterns that it can use to stabilize that stone without giving up too much. And that all revolves about this move, which AlphaGo really likes to play.
Right.
Yeah. And I'm talking about it like a human. Like a human has moves he or she likes. Because I think that the way that, or at least the results that AlphaGo is getting is the way it thinks about the opening, you might say, is very similar to the way a strong Go player thinks, in that it has moves which have a bias. It has a bias to play certain moves, and it's very like a human being liking a move.
Would you say, so historically, I suppose in the games prior to 1950, the low approach was almost always favored. And the pendulum seemed to swing towards a more center-oriented game in the late 20th century.
Yes.
Do you think that the Masters series of games by AlphaGo showing this return to a more territorial-oriented style? Do you think that, coupled with the 3-3?
Well, there's a lot of nuances to that, because there was a period like several decades ago where it very drastically the trend moved toward the high approach.
High approach only.
And of course, historically, in ancient times, in ancient China, there was a lot of high-level play, but they had two stones diagonally on the star points like this for black and white.
Right, and this was how the game would begin.
So they didn't really have so many opening theories for the 3-4 point. Although that would happen in handicap Go, actually. So it did sometimes happen, but it was a bit unusual. So yeah, I'm sort of digressing today, but still, so it was pretty rare. But then in Japan, when they did start with an empty board, this was the most popular move, 100%.
Beginning?
And then after a couple of 100 years, some people did start playing this, but this was still sort of the default move. And then a few decades ago, this became really, really popular.
Almost the default.
And like when we were playing openings based on star point moves, which were fast moving towards the center of the board, like Takemiya's openings. Or Go Seigen's, yes.
Yeah.
And then speed was, a lot of emphasis was placed on speed. And so like this is a move, you just mentioned Go Seigen. This is a move that Go Seigen really likes to play. Let's try to catch up with the game a bit.
Because this seems very interesting, what's
White
happening.
played a Kakari here.
Right.
Black answered here. Now, I had a feeling that maybe AlphaGo would like this move, because AlphaGo has such a high value attached to this move. Then some move preventing white from doing that should have a high value too. So I was sort of expecting to see something like this at some point, instead of a pincer, which would allow white to play the pressing move. And so I'm sort of very happy to see this now, because I sort of expected it. And it turns out that now we have something that looks almost like mirror goal.
Almost like mirror goal.
And actually, Kwache mentioned mirror goal is something that he had a plan to play at some point, but he decided that I almost asked that to David in the pre-game thing. It was on the tip of my tongue, but I decided not to. But of course, Kwache, I think he said that it must have been studied by the DeepMind team anyway, so he probably wasn't going to do that, he said. But we have an interesting position here where it's very, the two positions here are identical. But of course, this one is a bit different. So it's interesting. And so white answers.
Right.
And in this game, it is Kwache who has white. So it's Master who's played the 3-3 point. So we'll see.
I was mentioning yesterday that perhaps Koje's opening on the 3-3 point was his way of imitating AlphaGo, and that it was perhaps his way of showing respect, maybe imitation, the sincerest form of flattery. If that is the case, certainly MirrorGo would be an even greater form of flattery.
Oh yes, yes. But it would be not so interesting for us.
No, probably
because it would just be. And now here, this is a move I want to talk about too.
Oh, please.
Because human players for many decades, ever since the star point became a common move, or even before that, when white answers tightly like this, like if white answers loosely like this, then sometimes black will jump into the 3-3 point. But when white answers tightly like this, ensuring more likely taking the territory here, most human players just play here. So this is the most popular joseki in human history for this position.
One of the first
AlphaGo played this not at all, not in one of the games.
Not a single one of the
Not a single game. In this position, either AlphaGo sometimes just left the position and played elsewhere. The next local move was sometimes here. This is a move that a lot of human players have emulated and tried to copy. And sometimes AlphaGo would play this move. So it was really interesting to see how this would come out in the most modern version of AlphaGo. Don't worry about that stone.
Oh, thank you.
I drop stones all the time.
So what is the difference then between the slide and the attachment? Is AlphaGo seeming to emphasize something differently?
I have tried to interpret that. Like all of AlphaGo's moves, there's a lot of new moves that AlphaGo has played, and some of them are very, very hard to interpret. Because humans usually, since we come up with a whole board position that is not going to be the same every time, we have to have a local interpretation of this. And we have a local understanding of this to help us choose to use it or not to use it in a different overall position. And so we sort of logically try to explain, for instance, why this would be a bad move. And I don't think that's the way that AlphaGo does it. Like it's looking at the whole board position every time.
We're storytelling creatures. We have to come up with
We have to have a story about this move that says why it's bad a move. And my theory about that is that this is not touching the white stones. It's not putting a lot of pressure on white. And so at this point, although white can play here, which is a long-standing joseki, to take the corner and allow black to extend on the upper side, I have trouble with directions here. Sometimes I say right side when I mean upper side. But also white has the option of, for instance, playing something on the top to surround the center and just leaving the corner for now, or playing from the side in some cases and forcing black into the corner. Although the overall position is very different, this is a joseki that we did see a number of times in the 60-game series. It's probably not so good in this position, but it has been seen in positions where it's more effective. And AlphaGo played this joseki.
Why would you say it's not so good in this position?
In this position, like the fact that white is building this wall, it would be a wall giving black profit in the corner. The ladder looks good for white.
Because this is here and not...
But since black has is starting to make a base here, black will, for instance, be able to make a strong position here. And all of these stones are sort of pointing in that direction, trying to make a territory here, having this black group in the way.
Sort of makes them
reduces the value of this wall. So it should be pointing both in this direction and in this direction. And so there's a black group in the way here that reduces the value of this wall. If we look at the lower right corner, there's this strong black group here. And this wall is such a big wall, and white's given up a lot to get it. But this wall is so big that white would really want to be extending that sphere of influence all the way down to here to get some big area which white controls.
You'd almost want either of them to be switched.
Oh yeah, that would be a lot better.
This would be a much better.
And again, so this stone is getting in the way too. And so all of black stones are sort of interfering with white. So in this case, maybe white wouldn't do that. But white would always have the option of doing something, for instance, like in this position, maybe something from the top. And so that's my interpretation of why AlphaGo doesn't like this move. This move is much more, it's forcing white to handle this locally.
Directly.
Like when stones are against each other like this, that's like you're touching your opponent. And when you're touching your opponent like this, your opponent has to make a direct response.
Raises the local temperature.
I mean, it's not as if it's against the rules to play elsewhere, but it's advised to make a direct response. So since this stone started out as a lone stone, there is some reason that black wants to have a kind of a forced sequence here that leads up to a more stable black group. Because it is an area where white started with a stone there first. So black is coming after white and is sort of in a kind of a defensive situation here in which black wants to strengthen his stone.
So one of the explanations that I heard for AlphaGo's preference to taking the 3-3 point or to this attachment joseki is that it is a way of simplifying the game. As you said, it tends to provoke a local response. And by provoking that local response, ditto with the 3-3 invasion, tends to provoke a local response. It tends to simplify the search tree. This was just a hypothesis, of course. We only speculating.
Yeah, it certainly does. Originally, I was thinking that, well, with AlphaGo against Lee et al., that version of AlphaGo really seemed to feel the need to simplify the game. Whereas in the Master Series, I don't think that AlphaGo is trying to simplify things to that extent. In fact, it was doing better than the humans in the complicated games, too. And the games that were really infighting and hard to understand, AlphaGo was usually doing better than the humans anyway.
So it was inviting complications.
And up to the point where it had a sizable lead, after which it would back down a little bit. But that was sort of, you could call it intentional.
Right.
Yes.
That is maybe one of the more interesting behaviors we've seen from AlphaGo. Its tendency to, I don't want to say coast, but certainly to conserve its lead to the very smallest
That
amount.
part of it is most obvious in the end game. So I'd like to talk about that just a little bit, although the end game is usually a subject that a lot of human players don't like either.
Wow.
Because it's an area of the game where a strong Go player can get almost a correct answer. Like a top professional can get a correct solution, like the optimal result
is a right
in the final
way.
50 moves, or actually usually it's more like the final 100 moves.
Right.
We say that we read out the position, so it's like we do something very close to a brute force search that a computer would do for the final 50 moves. And so we can envision, with training, we can envision the final position and count the score.
For us amateurs, that's almost impossible to comprehend. But
yes, but even amateurs can usually find the good move in the final 50
because
moves.
They can be
it's
counted.
Relatively simple end game. And in the 60-game Master Series, AlphaGo was usually giving up a few points in that final section of 50 moves of the game. And it was giving up something like, it would start with a position that looked like AlphaGo was going to win by 4.5 or 5.5 points. And in the final 50 moves, it would give up something like, well, it would end up winning by 1.5 or half a point. And that was what happened the day before yesterday, Tuesday.
Day before yesterday.
Only it happened to a greater extent. And so it,
we were predicting
CUA was giving me some tips.
Yeah.
And he was saying that AlphaGo was going to win by about 2 points on the board.
Right, before the 7.5 point Komi.
Right, so that would be a 9.5 win for AlphaGo. And I think that was correct before he said it. Maybe before he said it. But as he was saying it, it became incorrect because AlphaGo was giving some points back.
Right.
And then I had my own opinion. I sort of I didn't trust him completely, and so I thought maybe AlphaGo was going to lose by a couple of points on the board.
Right.
And maybe I was right as I was walking up onto stage, and but when I got here, I was probably wrong. This is all in hindsight, because and then we were talking about various things. We weren't really paying that much attention to the board position.
Right.
So as we talked, it eventually became a half point. And so this is, well, in the 60-game series played, the Master Series, AlphaGo is giving something up, well, going from 5.5 point win to maybe a 1.5 or a half point win in some of the games. And that was usually in the last 50 moves, or at the most 55, 60 moves. In this game, it was more moves when it started to back up. So
suggesting
more
it
like
maybe
70,
knew
80
even
moves
sooner?
before the end of the game. It started to back up, and it was losing more points from a larger winning margin to a half point anyway.
Right.
I'm wondering if that means that AlphaGo knew it was winning earlier,
Even earlier
than it did when it was doing the Master Series. So the fact that it's losing more points might actually be an indication that it has a better endgame.
Greater strength,
Yes,
maybe.
a better understanding of the endgame.
It's
Now,
very
white
impressive.
peeps here. It's a
Yes.
bit unusual to see this
Can
immediately.
you tell us a bit about that? What is
Well, if, assuming white plays something like this, and like this, then at some point white will want to peep here to make it more difficult for black to make a living shape. Like, for instance, if white was going to attack these stones directly, then something like this and something like this, and then jumping out here. This is sort of ignoring the position on the left here, but just looking at these stones here, black has just room for one eye.
Right.
So since a group needs two eyes like this, there's not enough room here for black to make two eyes, so black would be forced to move out into the center. So this is just looking at the local position in the upper right corner here. This is an ideal attack for white.
Right.
But of course, you have to take in the fact that this white group is not 100% alive either.
Sure.
So if we just cheat a little bit and put two black stones on the board, we're not allowed to do that in an actual game.
Sure.
But if this happens, then white would have to would need to
Make
fix
another
the
move.
shape to make a living shape. So this would be bad for white. And so it's actually a very delicate balance here in which white has to worry about the defensive part too.
Right.
And so will not be, maybe might be taking a less aggressive attitude, like for instance something like this, so as to have a more stabilized shape on the upper side. And so then white would be able to
Just worry about
just
the one
pay
on the
attention to this one group
right. I see.
instead of worrying about both sides. This would be less stable because it's more out into the center. It
More
doesn't have a
vulnerable
base
to
yet.
a counterattack?
And if black eventually plays something like this, then white would have a weak group too.
Right.
So, so I would expect white to be doing something like this. And always, this is a useful move in that it reduces black's eye shape, black's base. And compared to black playing something like this, there would be a definite, this would be a living shape.
Right.
And so that's the reason that maybe white wanted to play the peep here.
And of course, black resisted, though. Black didn't
resisted,
simply connect.
and white crawled. And now, first of all, it's pretty unreasonable to try to cover here because white will cut and black extends and white pushes through. And after white pushes through here, this is trouble for black. Otherwise, if white cuts here, now this looks bad for white because we have a race to capture in which white has only 3 liberties here. We can see 3 liberties, and black has 1, 2, 3, 4. And so the fight between this black group and this white group is going to be a win for black.
Right.
And so now that white crawled here, we see black is cut here.
Yeah, can you tell us a bit about this cut?
There's some meaning to this move in that it's going to change what happens after black covers here, potentially. Like if black has this forcing move, and then covers here, then this might be a little bit different. And so I'm sort of trying to think about it as I do this because it's going to be a bit more complicated. But white can push through here. And now we see, because of this exchange here, black has a hanging connection.
Right. Otherwise, it would be a double
So
Atari.
yeah,
After.
without this, white could have cut here. But with this exchange here, white can only cut on the left, and black extends. And white cuts, and
Black connects.
and now this would not be good enough because black would just go after these stones, and we have 3 liberties here, and white only has 2 left.
White will lose the race
And if
again.
black plays here, then black's going to play another Atari here, and again, this is not going to work
For white.
for white. maybe it would be better for white to try something like this. But again, black can escape in the center, and we can already see that black has more than 3 openings here.
We'll be able to return and capture
And the
those.
upper side position is, although black has an unstable shape here, white is sufficiently weak that black can go after those stones and win the fight. And so that's the meaning of this cut here. But it didn't happen that way. That's interesting. So instead of doing that, so I was expecting AlphaGo maybe to play that way and go after these 2 white stones. And this move can sort of, the timing of this is difficult because it's a bad exchange locally.
Sure.
And so maybe AlphaGo was thinking, you might say, that Kuache would play some other variation.
We certainly saw some forks in the road there.
Like if white plays here first, now, if black just simply answers normally, then we can have a different thing here. This is going to be more exciting for white.
Right.
And
Because
white cuts.
now this cut sets
And
in.
when black runs out, white's going to play 1 cut here, and then hane here.
And then hane.
And black has to run out in the center either this way or this way. Now white's going to push.
And this sets up
And
a
you can
ladder.
see it coming, right?
Yeah,
It's going to be a ladder.
right.
And this ladder favors white, so white just comes here and captures these stones. So this would be a disaster for black.
Right.
And so that means that at this point, just going back several moves, and this kind of reading is actually very easy for professional players because we're used to this kind of local fight.
Right.
And we have a lot of experience with, just leave those stones there.
Oh, excuse me.
Yeah. So black would be, at this point, black would have to try to do something fancy.
Something else.
Like maybe play here and force with this stone to get rid of the threat here. And of course, black has already played this exchange to make that work. And then escape here. So there are ways that black can avoid a complete defeat here, but they would involve giving white a lot of profit on the outside.
This thickness is much better.
This is going to develop into a strong group, and this area is going to develop into stronger than it was before.
Sure.
And so black is going to be giving up a lot to capture these 3 stones.
Right.
And so my snap judgment is that AlphaGo didn't like that. But then it becomes harder to explain this move, because this move, I thought it was setting this up.
Sure.
And black didn't really need that exchange to play this move.
He could have played this without making that
Right.
exchange. Does this exchange lose a little bit for black?
When black connects here, if we assume that at some point black's going to connect here, then it loses something because in this position, white already has a living shape.
Oh, there's none of that counterattack that we were discussing earlier.
Again, without this exchange, there's always the the potential to play something like this at some point and kill the white group, whereas this completely gives it a living shape. So there's no, although I'm putting some extra black stones to make it work,
Sure.
there is eventually there's going to be potential to attack this white group if this is not here,
Right.
while the potential has mostly disappeared.
Gone.
Yeah,
Right.
so there's a lot here, but if black is going to give up these stones here, and allow white to capture them,
Then this is the right time to.
then there's no loss.
Right.
And so it depends on what future
AlphaGo is
AlphaGo
planning on.
right.
Right. Makes a lot of sense. And
You know, I really get excited about these games, and I have to stand up when I'm talking about
these
them.
variations are
Yeah.
quite involved. Thank you for walking us through. Koji seems to be really pondering this one. Do you have any an idea what he is looking at?
Well,
directly?
obviously, the first move that you can think of is this one.
Right.
And white is going to probably win the semi. If black plays here, white has 4 liberties, and black has 4 liberties. So white could just go after these stones.
And just
but
win the
actually,
race.
also white can play here, and this is more complicated.
Oof.
Now, if black just simply connects, this is an Atari, so if black connects, then white captures these stones.
Right. The ladder back.
And you might think that black could play an Atari once here first. It doesn't change it. White can still capture. So maybe if black plays another Atari here,
Still doesn't.
making
change
use of this stone. It still doesn't work.
Right.
It's still a ladder. Now, if black was really desperate, yeah, it's still a ladder. And so we could try playing from the other side.
Uh-oh.
And then connect. But of course, this would be really, really ugly. But actually, it does work locally. So this would actually be pretty good for white because white would get to squeeze like this.
Right.
And this would be a very, very ugly shape for black. And then white would be able to squeeze from this side later, too.
This would be
and so
catastrophe
although black
here.
wins the local fight, it would not be an acceptable result. And so actually, it's a viable choice for white to just cut here and
Win the capture.
okay, this is the game position. Just to cut here and go after those stones. But it looks like he chose a different move, and I didn't have time to catch up to that. But actually, the other possibility is for to push through here
Directly.
and try to break through here a little bit.
Right.
And it's interesting because you see, this move it's a loose shape. Like if black doesn't want to play here, another choice would be to extend here, which would be a much more solid connection. White would curl once, and black would be able to cover, but white would get a cut.
Right.
Yeah, and then would be able to cut here and win the fight here. And so instead of doing that, black played a kind of a loose shape. There's a lot more weakness here for white to deal with. So white pushed through. And now black plays here. And so this is something that sort of came up in one of the variations that's very interesting. It's taking another local loss, but it's going to improve the way black can handle that fight. So I'm sort of expecting maybe this kind of thing. And then if white pushes through, black can play Atari here. This 4-stone Atari is probably big enough that white will have to answer it, and then black can cover it. So this would actually be a bit dangerous for white.
Because now he can't win the race.
He can't win the race there. It would be simpler for white to, I'm expecting white to push through anyway. It would be simpler for white to cut here, in which case now this exchange has enabled black to play this move, which actually gives, although black loses the fight here, again, this is not going to be very good for white, because this is an Atari that is too big for white. These 4 stones, capturing these 4 stones would connect black's stones underneath here also. So if white can't do that, white would play here, then black would be able to play here and get a squeeze. Right. So in this kind of position, black's getting enough back on this side to make it okay for black to sacrifice those stones. So that's the idea here.
I see.
And it's really interesting that we can explain what AlphaGo is doing in a human fashion like this, because it's as if AlphaGo is reasoning it out.
Sure.
And humans reason it out, but AlphaGo is just playing the move that gives the best potential to win, right?
The best potential to win, right?
Yeah, and it's a different way of thinking about the game, but the result we get is very similar to what a human would reason out.
And that reasoning out is sort of a process of telling ourselves a story. We can do this because of this and this because of that, right?
And so at this point, Kache is not yet extended. Of course, locally, if white plays something like this, this is a very good local position for white. White, it doesn't really help black to save this 1 stone. A weak player would just say, oh, I got to save the stone, but no. It's not really going to be very good for black, although because these stones are not really all that, white could just allow black to connect them up, actually. And it would be not so important. And these black stones here are not very settled. If white jumps in there somewhere on the 3rd line later, yeah, that's good. Yeah, the left side is better.
Left side's better.
Yeah, and so, and black still wants to come back here at some point. So black would be very busy in this. So black probably doesn't want to do that. But of course, capturing these 3 stones, or even this would capture them.
Does white owe a move here on the side?
This would be very big.
Right.
And it would settle this black group. And after playing that kind of exchange, black could move back to this side. Black would probably just discard this stone and concentrate on building a strong group on the upper side.
So is
and white would be sort of isolated.
Right. Is it a question of judgment then, whether or not this is a better choice for white to make?
Because I would doubt that this is a good choice. Locally, it's very good, but the loss on the right side here is
the loss on the right side is larger. Okay. I see. So white did in fact.
And so in this position, he might have been thinking of alternatives for this move, but actually I think a lot of what Kache was thinking about when he took time to play this move was something happening after this.
After this.
Yeah,
right.
yeah. So he was thinking more in the future.
This is exactly what you suggested would happen.
And so if white cuts here, this will simplify the fight, because black will just sacrifice the forced stones. And again, we can see that white is taking a large local profit. But black is taking profit on the upper side here, because this area is becoming very close to a black territory.
Now this would be very
invading there is less,
very challenging.
less likely. It's not completely gone, but it's less attractive than it was before.
Right.
And black has this base to build towards the center. And so black's gaining influence on the outside.
In exchange for the cash.
And you might have noticed that I didn't play this forcing move.
I did notice
Yeah,
that.
yeah. Because black wants to keep this to the last moment, because in some cases black
He
will
may
be
want
playing
to
from this
force
side,
on that side.
and this would be a little bit better. Black sort of curling around and limiting white to this one area.
Right.
So in some cases black, in fact, when black plays a forcing move, he really wants to play this one instead of this one.
Right.
Sorry. Yeah.
Now, with the sort of results that you're showing at the end of these variations, is white glad to have this stone up here on the fourth line versus maybe a lower response on the
That's
third?
a very good question. But not having a stone there at all would be disastrous.
Would be worse.
Would be very bad, because black would just on the
Press.
third line. Well, in this
sorry.
with a strong and sort of low shape, black would probably attack this way.
Oh,
Yeah.
severe
Yeah, a
pincer.
severe pincer. Yeah.
Right.
Although I haven't seen AlphaGo play this move, I have seen AlphaGo play this move a number of times. But in this shape, it might be better to play here. This might be a little bit unusual for AlphaGo.
I see.
I don't think I remember playing there.
But black
something
wouldn't,
but having a stone here,
wouldn't press?
settling this group, it makes it much stronger. And so in this position, I was showing where white wins the semi. The question of whether this would be better or this would be better, it's a fine point.
Okay.
Like having the stone there is really important.
Right.
But the difference between this and this is that when black approaches from this side, white is a little bit open on the side, but that's something that white can fix by playing here and then playing here.
I see. So is it a trade-off between access to
So
the
it's a
center?
trade-off between the fact that black can attack white just a little bit from there, and locally white would continue with something like this, or maybe like this, to sort of stop black from closing off the center here.
Right.
And so white does have ways to handle that, like otherwise white could just play here to make a solid territory.
I see.
I mean, no,
with this?
white does, white would like to get rid of that
Oh,
stone,
I
put
see.
it somewhere else on the board.
Right.
But that's not allowed.
That's
unfortunately.
already been there.
So white does have ways to handle it, but black does get a slight advantage by having this move that forces white to respond. And so this would get rid of that problem, but otherwise it would allow black to be playing forcing moves from above with this kind of thing, where white plays the hane, black plays on the top here, and is building towards the center a little bit with this. So there's the negative aspect of this move also. So any move in the opening especially will have both a positive aspect and a negative aspect.
Right.
And in this case, the balance of those two pros and cons is pretty, it's hard to judge. I think that if I had a choice of moving this stone at this point, maybe I would choose this one.
The lower one?
Yeah, or maybe I'd actually choose something like this, which would just force black to surround the upper side.
In a
Because you
concentrated
like
way.
to allow your opponent to surround areas that are strong already. So I might choose something like this, but if I was asked to choose between these two moves, maybe I'd choose this one. But I wouldn't consider it a huge disadvantage to have it here.
I see.
Yeah.
Could I ask you a follow-up question?
You
which
can
is-
ask me any question. I got
Thank you
involved.
very much.
You have to give me time to answer, of course.
All right.
But we do have time. Oh, white did play a move here. White
I
played
see.
away.
Played
It's
away.
really interesting. And so white has decided that it's not good enough to take that local profit.
Huh. And black has answered, suggesting that he...
Well, this move,
AlphaGo
it's
agreed.
interesting because just looking at the lower side now, since they have moved to the lower side, when you play a move like this, like when there's a lot of black stones in the area, there's 3 black stones to the 1 white stone on
Right.
this lower side. Usually, what a strong player usually does is that strong player tries to make a base.
Right.
So something like this or something like this would make a kind of a solid base, which would be more hard for black to attack.
Right.
Like white can play another time here to extend that base to the left, or can play something like this in the corner to extend that base into the corner.
Right.
And so it's difficult for black to play both sides, because if black plays one side, then white can get to the other
Switch to
side
the
first. And so this would be one way for white to make a very solid base. When white plays high like this, and black answers like this, now it becomes more difficult for white to make a base. So the question is, why does white play on the fourth line like this? Most opening moves are played on the third or fourth line. Like we can see that most of the moves here were played on the third or fourth line.
Right.
In the early parts of the game, the corners and the sides are big. But when white does this, like if white is going to play, if black is going to play elsewhere, like maybe black wants to finish off these white stones.
Sure.
And if white continues, maybe with something like this, and so white has stones on the third line, and then in between them a stone on the fourth line, then this is a shape that is supposed to be very efficient.
Well balanced.
Because if white has all of the stones on the third line like this, then it's very flat, and all that white is going to get is 2 points for each line. And so it's a limited amount, whereas if white has a stone on the fourth line, or if just to keep it simple, if we say white next plays here, then white has a shape that is expanding up into the fourth line.
Right.
So it's going to be more territory and more influence towards the center.
A little more ambitious in terms of points.
And in this game, I really think that white would want to go further out like this. Although there's a lot of uncertainty here, it makes a fairly wide open area where white has an advantage.
I see. And so black then forestalls this sort of development.
And so black forestalls that. And so we can see that black is sort of building up an area here. But the fact that with a stone here, it becomes very easy for black to attack here next, because this is sort of open underneath. And so it's putting pressure on these stones. But at this point, if white wants to return to the third line, this stone would become very inefficient.
Right.
So you're not going to see a top row do that.
Very concentrated to do this.
And so white switched to this side, and black answered yes.
Right.
So when we're dealing with the 3-3 point here, when black plays the 3-3 point first, approaching it in this large knight's shape is pretty common, actually. It's one of the joseki, or opening corner sequences, and this is the most standard way to answer.
The common response.
Yeah.
And
so,
almost
but that's all changed by this move, because the joseki, or the sequence that you see as a standard corner sequence, has white playing here, black answering, and white playing something like this. And so since black is already in the way here, the way white is going to use this stone is a bit different.
Right.
And so white plays on top. So white is using this stone to get sort of in between this black group and this black stone, to make it more difficult for black to connect up.
Dividing it.
So white's trying to attack first. Before black starts his attack on white here, white is attacking first just to change that.
I see.
And we don't have this black stone because, and it's interesting that there's this.
They hang in the balance.
Usually this would be a huge move.
Right.
But why don't we just assume that white cuts at some point and black plays here? Now the difference between black playing something like this to capture these white stones and white playing something like this to capture these black stones, it's just a local difference.
Right.
And so it's 4 stones each, which is, we count that 8 points each to make 16 points. And then there's some extra points here on the side, so it's less than 20 points.
Okay.
So people have a general idea that opening moves in the early parts of the game are usually worth more like 30 points. So, and that's just a kind of a wild guess.
Right.
Even though we have thousands of years of playing Go, we don't really know how big these moves are.
How big a one is.
So we're just sort of guessing that this kind of move is about 30 points. I mean, a normal opening move, like the one that black just played here. And so it's reasonable to say that this is just, since it's just local, is not so important anymore.
If it's less than 15 points or less than 20 points, it would be losing almost half a move.
Yeah.
Right.
And the reason I took these stones off to say that this is what we call a 30-point opening move is because once the fighting starts like this, the numbers go crazy.
Now we can't say that.
Because sometimes in the middle game, move can be worth something like 50, 80, 100 points, depending on how involved the fight is.
Right.
And so you can have all sorts of sizes of moves after the middle game.
You wonder
and
how well
the
those
definition
numbers...
of the middle game is when a fight is started.
Right.
So once the fighting is started, we're going to call this the middle game.
Okay.
Yeah.
And are you expecting a fight then to break out here?
Well, once black has played this move, It's usually considered reasonable for black to continue with that, but he didn't, or it didn't.
It didn't.
It played this move, which I was indicating that's a big point.
Right, and this sort of develops also the third line, fourth line, third line again.
Yeah, again, it's the ideal shape to have one stone on the fourth line, then an extension.
Right.
In reverse, if white plays here, then this fourth line move becomes slightly inefficient. So the same thing I was talking about on the lower side here could happen here. And again, if we're looking at, the white stones again, since this line is on the fourth line, this stone, and this black stone on the third line is hitting a kind of a weak point.
Aiming to scoop out
And
its
so,
base.
yeah, so next if black continues with, again, I love to play 2 moves in a row when I'm commenting.
Sure.
It simplifies things because when I do that 2 black moves in a row, black's going to have an advantage.
It illustrates the
it
threat.
illustrates stuff.
Right, it
So
illustrates
if black
the threat of
continues
the
with
move.
this and this to scoop out the corner,
And now white will presumably...
white would play once here. Now, although white can make a life, it would be very painful to play moves like this and try to live, because white would still have to play again on the side, and it would be a very small white territory, giving black a lot back. And then playing like this would allow black to efficiently surround the left side. And so taking away white's base in the corner would be an effective attack. So that's what this move is basically saying.
Sure.
I'm going to attack you in the corner and take away your base.
But to
And of course, white understands that.
Right. To do that gives white the opportunity to attack this black stone here as well.
And so black is saying, I don't care about that stone for the time being.
So
And actually, it's pretty difficult for white to attack this directly, because if white has a kind of a loose shape here. If white fixes up this shape, then it's going to be difficult for black to move in that direction. But when black has this weakness here,
black can go out the other
black
way.
can sacrifice that one stone to get some profit on this side.
I see.
And so this is a stone that black is saying black is willing to recycle that stone to get something back on both sides.
Right.
And instead of playing, I was saying that when black plays here, it's possible for white to fix the shape here with a move like this, which would again give black the initiative. This would be the safe move.
Right.
So like if a Go fan or an amateur player played this move, I would say, oh, very good.
Right.
But then top professionals like to be aggressive.
Want to do something more.
White counterattack with this move. It complicates the game a great deal.
Right.
So at this point, we have stones here, which these 3 stones are half dead, in that black can play first and kill them.
Right.
White can play first to kill these stones.
Right.
So we have an undecided position here, which is just local. It's not going to affect the entire game, and that's why both players are leaving it. And black answers here. We have a very important position on the left side of the board now. We have a half-dead stone on the lower side. Now, this stone is half-dead in that if white really wants to, white could play something like this and capture this stone probably. But black's ready to sacrifice that one stone to get some profit in other parts of the board.
Consideration.
And so if we're talking, I think people who do AI Go programs talk about the heat of an area.
Right.
And so it's warm, but it's not really hot. It's maybe more important than the upper side, but it's not as hot as the left side is. And this is where this is really heating up in the fact that the jump here, we have a weak white group here. This corner, although there's danger that white will scoop out the corner territory, it's a relatively, since black does have a stone on the 3-3 point, it's alive. So it's not in danger. This white group is very weak at this point. This white group is not, it will become a strong group if white plays here.
Right.
But otherwise, it could be a very weak group. There's this black group is weak. So both sides have weak groups, and we don't really know which group white is going to reinforce.
How would you choose among them? How would you even decide?
Well, I have to have a plan for the group I don't reinforce.
I see.
Like reinforcing here, I don't have to worry about this group. It's very simple to play like this, for instance, and I will be feeling very happy about that group itself. So I don't have to worry about the group I reinforce. Otherwise, there's all sorts of stuff that could happen in this corner, but for instance, if white plays here, black will maybe play something like this, and maybe play something like this, and then maybe white plays here. So there's a lot of variations. Of course.
Many.
Yeah, you were a bit excited about what was happening. There's all sorts of different stuff that could happen, but this is just one example. We can see that now this white group becomes a strong group.
Yeah, you simplified this beautifully with just a couple moves.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of uncertainty here, but a lot of the variations, like if black doesn't allow that, we could have variations where black does kill this white stone, but it's giving a great amount back. White would play here. And now this stone is very, very weak when white has become strong, and this stone is not 100% dead anyway.
This almost looks like a 4-4.
So this would be a bad trade for black. So it's probably better for black just to allow white to save that one stone. So this is, when white plays here, this is sort of the recommended version for how black might play. And we can see that now white has a strong group. And so stuff like that could happen to make this a strong group. But then I would have to have a plan for what happens when black plays something like this.
Sure.
And this white group, locally, it will not be alive. And like trying to make a life here would be very painful. And I don't really want to seriously consider it.
So could I summarize then that how you are choosing is you are choosing what the most severe attack will be for the side that you don't reinforce.
Right. Because,
and trying to determine some moves to follow that. Nice catch.
Yes. So this is a position where white has two weak groups, and black's weakest group is stronger than the white weak group.
Right.
And so it's going to be difficult for white to immediately counterattack against this group. And so white has to sort of think defensively.
How it's going to weather the storm.
So in the case that white plays this move, and white has not played yet, right?
Nope, still thinking.
In the case that white plays this move, white has to know what happens if black does something like this to try to encircle that stone.
Sure.
In which case I would expect white to play here. And my snap judgment is that this is going to be okay for white. But you need to read out, how many moves did AlphaGo read when it was playing Lisa et al.?
I think they were saying it was 40 to 50?
40, 50 move variations. Now this would be one of those.
Right.
So it's even for top professional human, that's a huge amount of reading.
Particularly as the branching.
And it's just like, I'm just showing the simple variation. There's a lot of complications that could happen.
With this move, would you still expect?
I would still expect that.
Still expect this one?
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
Yeah, but this is the variation that I can show you with reasonable certainty that it's showing you a story that works.
Right.
But then there's all sorts of stuff that could happen
that
just
could work
in
better.
There's a four-move sequence with several variations for each move.
Sure.
And otherwise, moves like this would also be a standard way for white to try to handle this group. But that would be giving up a little bit more compared to this move. So I really sort of like this move. But then, of course, white has to think what happens if black plays something like this and something like this maybe to chase this group out and then eventually get something back maybe on the lower side.
Okay.
And so if we're going to discard this variation for black, the next thing white has to worry about is this kind of variation, which will lead to a fight going out into the center of the board and including change in what's going to happen on the lower side. So that's going to be more than 50 moves if you want to really think it out up to a point where this fight on the lower side also is resolved. And so this is a point where the human usually gives up and has a general idea of what kind of, you might say even picture you want to paint. Like sometimes people compare it to drawing a picture or painting a picture because you just have to try to have a general outline when it just becomes too difficult to read out all of the variations.
Sure, sure. And I think we did see Koje elect to reinforce the top group.
Okay, he did it in a fashion
in a different way.
That is maybe giving a little bit extra strength to this one stone. It's giving a helping hand in that, like if black leaves it, white can play here next, and we're starting to see these stones connect up these groups. Black did play one hane here. Usually when black plays a hane like this, it means that the alternative would be to extend down like this, which would be a more solid way to disconnect these two groups, but it would have less effect on white there.
Right.
So when black plays this kind of move, I get the feeling that now if black is going to save this one stone like this,
he could have just played there in the first place.
Maybe he should have played there first, right? So when black plays here, usually you expect black either to play the hanging connection, which might be a little bit better in this way,
stronger.
But actually it's more likely that black would, if we're talking locally, would be just ready to give up this one stone.
I see.
And then there's the question, what happens if black just plays away at this point?
And turns to attack this lone stone on the
Okay,
bottom.
and here we have black playing this move.
Right.
And this is really, it reminds me of something that happened in the Lee Sedol match, when Lee Sedol was taking a lot of territory. Let's see, I think it was game 2, the famous game 2, in which AlphaGo played that shoulder hit.
Oh, yes.
Later on in the game, Lee Sedol had a strategy of taking a lot of territory, and he dived into AlphaGo's area of influence. And AlphaGo played a very indirect attack.
Right.
And so this is also an indirect way of attacking this stone.
Yeah.
Black's not going after the white stone, but it makes a difference when white does stuff like this. It makes this as a better move. And it has more direct effect on white on the lower side. And so it's, in some ways, in that it puts more pressure on the other white group. That makes it a more effective attack sometimes.
All right.
And that's my gut feeling here.
Well, it's really heating up, for
Yes.
sure. And we'll have to see what Kojei's plan is to weather the storm with this stone on the bottom. Joining us here, we have Ha-Jin Lee, retired 4-dan professional, and Stephanie Yin, 1-dan professional.
Yes, I was getting so involved that I forgot that they were coming in.
That there was a clock on. That's right. Hi.
And
Hello.
Andrew?
Thanks for joining us.
Hello.
I hear you guys have been perhaps in the various study rooms, listening to some of the other
Yeah, actually, I just came back from a Chinese study room.
Chinese
Very
study
good.
rooms.
Yes.
Do you have some insights that you are going to help share
It
with us?
looks very complicated to fight everywhere, so they don't really have the solution yet.
I see.
But there are more than 100 dan in that room.
100 dan.
Because there are at
Combined.
least 10 9-dan pros there. And I think that the game is getting more interesting, and people are getting more excited, including pros.
Wow. Well, I'm really looking forward to see what happens. So please, take it away.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, very
Thanks.
good.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Take a break.
Hello, everyone. My name is Stephanie Yin. I'm the founder of New York Go Association and New York Institute of Go.
My name is Ha-Jin Lee. I'm a YouTube creator and a former Secretary General of the International Go Federation.
All right. So, Ha-Jin, what do you think about this game? I think they just end up this move, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So should we do a quick recap of the game so far? So from the beginning, we got really excited about the AlphaGo's 3-3 point.
Yes, and
Yeah.
also the first move, right?
Yes, because this 4-3 and 3-3 combination, like facing each other, was the exact formation that Kojei used in the first match.
Right, exactly, right.
Yes. And then we started seeing this knight move here and here.
On both
Yes.
corner.
Yes, yes. Then the highlight of this game was in this area from the very early stage.
It looks
And-
very complicated.
Yes, yes. I was really surprised by this one space jump, especially.
Right, and it was normally Hane here, right?
We were, so Michael was mentioning about the Hane, and then I think most intuitive idea is to connect here.
Right.
Because often when your opponent pips, you want to connect.
Connect it right away, right.
Yes. And also losing these 4 stones seems quite big in the first glance. But after AlphaGo actually played here, we all realized that capturing these 4 stones,
small.
yes, was not as big as we thought.
I see. Okay.
So Kojei decided to go to somewhere else.
And
Yes,
sorry, and also
Yes.
for that exchange move for black,
right, yes.
it gives the smaller value of those 4 stones in the corner because that exchange move for black.
That's right, because this exchange was locally a loss for black.
Okay.
Yes. So this area is still undecided. And then, depending on how things happen here, white may have some other variations to try later.
Right.
So that will be one interesting point. And also, when white extended to this side, we saw black coming in right away. That was another surprising.
Right, and invaded and then Tanuki.
That's right, yes.
After.
Normally, black would consider going here directly, right?
Right.
Yes.
That's very interesting. And
Mm-hmm.
invasion
Yes.
here. And now it looks like both players are fighting this on this
Yes.
side.
Yes. So now the key point of the game would be the fight on this area. And then we will see how things progress on this area and that. And lastly, this empty area would be also
The
important.
last. Right. Okay. So I think Koji played this move. Try to escape.
Yes,
Okay.
because if these two stones get attacked, like by here, for example, it's a Tetsuji here in this shape.
In order to enclose
Yes,
the
yes.
entire group there.
Right.
Okay.
It will be quite difficult
To get out.
Yes, right.
So-
And something I wanted to mention is this cut over here. Because normally when white cut here, black wants to Atari.
Right. So what about Atari here?
Yeah, but
What is
then
white going to do
white
then?
can like Atari
Atari on the
here
top.
from the back. Yes.
And then I think I have to connect, right? Because
yes,
the capture it
Mm-hmm.
doesn't look good.
Right. Yes.
Okay, so
Right,
black
and then
connects.
white can come out, and black will be in trouble like this because black stones are cut off from this one stone.
and also black is connecting itself.
Yes, white is connecting. This
Yeah, white is
group.
connecting.
Yes, yes, right. So that would be trouble, and then black wouldn't also want to let white connect like this, because then these weak groups will be connected to this side. But I think here black is thinking about attaring here.
Okay, and I
Yes.
will
Right.
probably capture that stone.
Yes. And then if
Oh,
white
I
captures,
see.
black blocks here, and from here, black's getting this really good shape.
Because there's no way for white to get out from that direction. Why don't we just show it?
Right,
People.
yes.
Okay, what
Yeah.
about I try to get out by double honey here? And then
Yes.
black will Atari, then I have to connect.
Right,
And then it's going to
yes.
be a ladder.
Right,
here,
right,
so-
yes.
Okay, so then there's no way for white to get out from that direction.
Yes.
All right.
So if white needs to connect here, then black can Atari here.
Right, and I have to capture,
Yes.
and probably tiger's mouth or connecting.
Either one seems good. Yeah, maybe connect. I think there was good. So like this, white wouldn't gain anything here.
Right. All
Yes.
of the exchange moves are actually helping black to make black stronger.
Right, yes.
Okay, so
Yes.
that's why white doesn't want Atari here
Right, yes.
instead.
So white jumped here, and black attached here.
And at the same time, when white is getting out from this
Yes.
direction and is kind of attacking black 3 stones over here.
Right, yes.
Because black it doesn't have very big eye shapes underneath.
Right, yes. Because they are both weak, it will be very difficult for either of them to attack the other.
Right. Okay. And then
Yes.
attachment move.
Right. So this is common shape when you want to do something inside your opponent's area like this.
It's kind of a Tetsuji of invasion moves, right?
That's right, yes.
Okay.
So white's common response is to hane here, and often black would consider this double hane as the first move.
And then it gives white 2 choices, or maybe 3 choices.
Yes.
Atari, either here, or connecting on the top. Let's show
Yes.
the variation from this one.
Yes.
Okay, and then what do you think? Extending down or connecting? Why don't we just show both? Okay, so let's start with this one.
Right, then we could cut here, maybe.
And then it looks like white has to give up that stone because if white tries to save that stone, all those 2 stones are going to
Yes.
die.
This
right?
result will be quite good for black.
Yes. So I guess white has to connect it under top, and then black
And
will.
It seems like black can either Atari here or connect.
Okay.
Since this area is still a little open, I suspect black would prefer this Atari. And if white comes here, black could either take this one.
It's kind of like a trade.
Yes, right.
White gets the left side, and black gets the right side.
Right, yes. So just locally, it seems like this area is quite even, but white doesn't want any even result since white had more stones from the beginning.
I see. Yes. Okay. So what about Atari on the bottom then?
Yes, let's look at this variation.
Okay.
And
so- And then since I already Atari'd, I
Yes.
have to capture the stone.
right,
Second.
yes, and then black
you
would
will give-
cut here.
Connect.
Yes,
And
and black can
oh, you actually can
here.
Atari on the top. I thought.
Can black?
let's see. And then it looks. Those 3 stones are pretty heavy for white.
Yes. Oh yeah, so it doesn't work for white because black would cut here, and then black can do this.
Oh, this is the sente because
Yes,
there's a ladder here.
Right, so white needs to come back here, and black can easily get these 2 stones.
I see. And also, this is another ladder, right?
Yes, this will be too big for black.
Yeah, I agree with that. So, obviously, those 2 Atari moves won't work. So then let's try the connecting on the top.
Yes, that may be a good option here.
And I think it's the most safe move for white to play.
Yes, and usually black would come back like this, and white can block here. Then, since black is somewhat stronger here, black could consider
To
somewhere
cut
around
white.
here. Right, yes. Maybe something
And
like this.
It looks very difficult for white to connect.
Yes.
And also, there's some other cutting points on
that's
the
true.
other side.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
So it seems like it's a very difficult area for white, especially because black's so strong around here.
Is it because the peep move here to make a black stronger?
That's
Or-
right. Yes, the one space jump was already really good move looking at this lower side. And then peep helped this white area, but it also helped black become stronger.
I see. Okay. I guess white doesn't have any choice at that moment.
Right, yes.
Okay. All right. So AlphaGo
Yes.
actually played
The cut,
here.
Yes.
Whoa.
That's definitely stronger, more aggressive move than the Hane.
It looks white is in trouble now.
Yes. One way to make it similar to one of the variations we saw earlier is to, yes, connect here.
And white actually have 2 choices, either extend it or
Yes.
connecting here.
Right. Yes. Sorry. This would be the same variation as the one we saw. And then we thought this was good for black.
Yes. Because black gets a lot of territory on the right side, and white actually doesn't get anything. This is still not territory yet.
Right, yes.
Okay. So then, I don't think that this move will work either because the ladder is not going to work. Probably black can connect underneath, or Atari, that stone will be okay too.
Yes. So one problem would be that after black capturing this one, white needs one more move inside.
Yes.
Because if white doesn't come back, black can exchange this. And then
Those are
come
the sente
here.
moves, the
Yes.
forcing moves.
And then Hane like this.
And then white is very heavy and doesn't have
Yes.
anything.
Right, right.
Okay.
So, yes, another problem would be, as you mentioned, if black connects here, it's still a difficult position for white.
For white, yeah,
Yes.
because that stone looks like a ladder breaker,
That's right, yes.
and then the ladder won't work
Yeah.
for black.
Yes, it doesn't work. So this is definitely very critical point of the game right now, because if you don't handle this well, you might not have any other chance later on.
I agree. So now Koji actually is spending more time to think about that move.
Yes.
What he's gonna do next.
So
What do you think? If you are playing white, what would you play next?
I was actually thinking about this Atari here.
Whoa, okay.
Yes.
And then I'll have to extend.
And then connect here.
Okay.
Because this exchange can a little help helpful to this area.
And also, white is making black stronger. I mean, sorry,
Yes.
heavier,
That's right, yes, these two stones are heavier.
so that black cannot sacrifice those two stones anymore.
Yes.
And then maybe I will try to save those two stones.
Right. Then white will need to,
Connect there,
Connect.
and as a sente move, I have to save that stone on the bottom.
yes, probably like this. And white can consider something like this to attack these three stones.
And it's going to be a liberty fight. Looks
Yes.
like it.
Yes. We often call this capturing race.
Yeah, capture race. Yes.
Yes. So black would probably come around here, and then white doesn't seem to have enough space here to live by itself. So that means white needs to get these three stones to live.
In other words, to kill those three stones.
Yes.
Okay.
But as you can see, both white and black have many liberties. So it's going to be very complicated.
Looks very complicated. And could you actually Atari here?
Ah, yes. Yes.
And then
Black will
I'm
probably
assuming
come
black
out.
will extend it.
Yes.
And then the next question should be
Mm-hmm.
either white will connect or extend, right?
Or maybe block here.
Ah, okay.
So either connecting or extending would be giving up these two area, these two stones. Blocking over here can mean white wants to save all these.
Oh, actually, he connected.
Oh, yeah, he connected. Okay. Yeah, I was just thinking that after this, it seems very difficult for white.
For white to fight.
Yes.
I was actually thinking about
Yes.
whether it is possible to get some help from the corner. Like
Without like deciding
for example,
this area.
if I go here and
Yes, I'm.
oh yeah, if you Atari the
Yes.
stone, then I don't have any chance to save that stone. Okay, but I was thinking about
Yes.
if black goes here, whether I can do something like this to make it fancy, or
Yeah, sure.
okay, and then Atari, and then connect.
Yes.
And then the ladder is still not working, but can I
Still
try?
no.
Atari and pushing is not going to work because black will have this cutting point here by sente,
Yes.
and then can.
But
capture
actually,
this.
I like this variation because although black can cut here, white can still easily live in the corner,
Oh,
right?
yes.
Yes.
Right. So cut, and this is sente. Maybe we
Yes.
can play.
Mm-hmm.
And then.
Yes. Like this. Yes, I would say this looks good for white.
Okay. Good. So then black should have some moves to prevent white living in the corner.
Yes, so when white extend here,
Black probably will
black
kill
probably
that
will
stone, then-
do this one, and then white might need one more move, and
I
then
see.
black can come back to the corner.
And right. Okay. All right. So black, white connected here.
Yes, and here black could have chosen this one, but black decided to connect here,
connect.
and white saved this one stone.
Because it looks like black has more advantage to win the fight.
Yes,
And either black can cut through or connect on the bottom.
right.
Okay, and then here.
Yes. So this move is looking at this cutting point and this cutting point.
Right.
If white connects from here, black would do this. And if white extends here as Kazuya played in the actual game. Black will probably think about this cut.
So what's going to happen if black cuts there?
So white will need to push here, and then black will extend. White will need to... Oh, actually, this doesn't seem to work for black right away.
For black, right?
Yes,
Because these moves are going to be the sente moves for white.
that's right, yes. And then black could try to save this one stone, but because black doesn't have many liberties, it's not going to work for black. So that means cutting right away doesn't work. Black needs to do something here first, and then maybe...
To make it light first.
Yes.
So, you know, there's a very interesting story that I want to share with you and all of you. When I was a kid studying Go, my teacher always tells us if you want to attack your opponent's stones, you always take your fist back and then punch because you want to gain the power. Right? I guess this is what black is doing now.
Wow. I really like that story.
Thanks.
Yes.
So, and black played here.
So that seems like a really good move.
Right. So what? It looks like there are some cutting points here. Does it work?
Right. Let's see what happens if white tries to cut.
Okay.
Because this would be the strongest response to this attach.
Right.
Black will come out here.
Black has to save that stone
Right, right.
to keep
Black could also consider leaving like this. This is also a decent option. But we still need to check what happens if black saves this one stone.
And there's a cut here, so I have to protect the cut.
Right, yes. Yeah, maybe that one.
Because of that move, then I can cut later.
That's right, yes. So here white has to come back here, otherwise black will cut here, and then white will lose either these 3 stones or that 3 stones.
So now black can cut here.
Right, yes.
And it seems white doesn't have enough liberties.
Right. So at this point, white has 3 and black has 4.
So white is run out of the liberties.
So that means white cannot do this.
I see. All right.
But then this is some trouble because white blocks here and black pulls back.
The cutting point here is not going to work for black, right?
Right, yes.
Because white can Atari here and then capture all of the stones.
That's right, yes.
So.
Yes. When black comes here, white will need to connect. But it seems like this black group is already alive.
Oh, right. And then black will have time to cut their...
Yes. If black cuts here now, this is going to be bad.
White is going to be in trouble.
Yes.
Because white has to not only take care of the ladder here, and but also the group over here.
That's right, yes. I mean, of course, it's not going to be the end of the game, but at first glance, white is weak here, and this is not strong either. While black only needs to worry about these 3 stones.
Right. So white has 3 or 4 weak groups on the board, and black only has 1.
Yes.
So it's more difficult for white to fight in this case.
Right, yes.
I see.
Yes. Another problem I see here is that when white has the turn to come back here, there's one single move that can connect all of this.
Oh.
Do you notice that?
I am thinking Atari. No?
Right. when white attaries, white can get this one stone, but black still has the cutting point here.
Oh, right.
So if white wants to connect all three groups, then white needs at least 2 moves.
Right. So you're saying there's one move that white...
There is no single
Oh,
move.
there's no single move.
That's
oh,
right,
sorry,
yes, yes.
I misheard. I said, whoa, that's a very difficult question.
No. It would have been nice if there was one.
Right. Okay, so, whoa, Koji actually played here.
Yes. So I like how Kaje tries these different tactics whenever Kaje seems to be in trouble. Like over here, it didn't seem nice for white to capture these 4 stones, so he decided to go somewhere else. And I think it's a similar thing.
He's trying to find a way to solve the problem.
That's right, yes.
It looks like AlphaGo Tanuki.
Yes.
And then, what about the stone in the corner?
White will Hane here. And locally, this would be very good for white, right? To have these 2 stones. And also later, white's Hane here can be sent there. Like this. This would be actually quite good territory for white.
But since white has a lot of the weak stones on the outside, I think maybe this is another choice for black.
Right, yes. Yes.
Locally is good for white, right? I agree with that.
Right, of course. But yeah, AlphaGo is probably thinking about splitting these 2 groups. Yes. This move was very interesting because if black extends like this, then now this cut works.
Oh.
Yes.
And then Atari on the
Yes. Before this exchange, it didn't work because of the cut here, right?
Oh, yeah. But now it seems like the cutting point
Yes.
won't work for black
Right.
because of the ladder.
Right, yes.
This move, right?
Yes. So this exchange makes this big difference.
Very interesting.
Right. So if black has to give this 1 stone up, then of course this result is much better than white because there is no cutting point here anymore.
Right. I guess your prediction was right. Black did play that move.
Right. So white had it because it will be strange not to do this after this attach, right? So white comes here, and then black did this. So black is all connected, and white's group over here is still not alive. This center group is somewhat weak. This one is less vulnerable than before, though, because this area, it seems like there is some openness.
It might connect later.
Right, yes. But still, we will have to see how Kaje handles these 2 weak groups.
Right. Both groups look very weak.
Yes. Considering this one more push is also sente, you wouldn't let black Hane here, right?
Right, 2 stones. We never want
Yes.
get hunted by 2 stones.
When black attacks the white group like this, do you see any way for white to save these 3 stones?
Probably not.
It seems
It's too small to make 2 eyes on the bottom, and I don't see any way to get out.
right, yeah. Seems difficult to save this group. What if white let this area go?
I am assuming if black
Yes.
kills that group, and then white probably will push and cut here. Let's see whether this move will work. If the cut will work here, all of the 5 stones here are kind of in trouble now.
Right,
Because
yes.
black has to make the group on the bottom live first, and then white will have to sente.
Yes, that's a really good point. So black will need to live.
Same thing, Atari here won't work because the ladder, so black has to
Right.
Atari on the bottom.
Yes. Then let's exchange this one and then live here. I'm not sure if this exchange is good or bad.
be
It's good in terms of points, but it makes the white corner maybe a little bit stronger.
Yes. Okay.
But that's true. That's really true that
All
white
of the
can
5
attack
stones are
yes
in
the black
danger.
group.
So that's why black likes to deal with the corner first, and then come back to kill those 3 stones.
Right. Yes. What do you think about black extending here? Does that work? Do you think?
So my understanding of that move is you are trying to give up those 2 black stones.
Right.
Okay.
If that's the only damage, that wouldn't be too bad.
Okay. So
But-
I will capture first. And obviously, the connecting move is not going to work because black will connect. And then
Right.
since black connects, all of 2 whites group here are very dangerous.
Right.
Okay, so then I have to Atari,
Yes.
and then what do you think
Very bad.
for
For black,
For
yes.
black,
Right.
yes.
So
I agree
if
with that.
black gets cut off here, then black certainly has to worry about capturing these 3 stones. It's not clear whether black can win the capturing race at all. But even if black does, this group is still cut off.
right?
So this wouldn't be an option for black.
Right. Okay.
So I guess black is trying to protect this weakness.
And see how white responds. If black can get a sente somewhere here, and then black can go back to
Oh,
kill
that's
that
right,
stone.
yes. If white can get sente and come here, white will easily live inside.
There's enough space.
Yes.
What do you think if white left here and there? What do you think about the whole game?
So if white leaves both corners, and then we will also have to see who goes to the center first, and then
Right.
like how strong black gets outside.
Right.
But that will be a long game, I think.
Okay.
So
So
the
could you
corner,
assist
when we look at this shape locally, white often extends here, right?
Right. And black probably will Atari outside.
Yes. So with this, white can safely capture this 1 stone, but there's no more cut here.
Right. Because this is going to be a sente.
Right, yes.
White has to spend another move to kill the stone in the corner. And then you will be good for black, because black has a sente now to kill those 3 stones.
Yes. Over here, white might cut this one if black blocks.
Oh, maybe you're going to show me a Tatsuji move now.
Yes. So I think this cutting move works. What do you
Oh.
think?
Yeah, I think so. So now it gives black 2 choices, either Atari on the bottom
Yes.
or Atari on the top.
Right.
I don't think it neither will work.
Right.
So let's try it.
Yes.
What if I Atari here?
Right. So if black captures this 1 stone, white can squeeze like this.
And I have to connect.
And then white can tenuki now.
Right, because
Yes.
white gets more territory in the corner. I mean, sorry,
Liberty.
liberties, yes.
Right. Without this exchange, black could capture like this. And then white would have 2, and then black would have 3. But because of these 2 stones,
help white to get more liberties.
Yes, now white can do this.
And now black only has 2 liberties and white has 3.
Yes, right.
Interesting.
But over here, I think instead of this one, black can still connect like this.
It's also a sente, right? So either white has to Atari or push one more.
Yes.
Eventually, white has to come back to kill the stones in the corner.
Yes.
The result will still turn to good for black.
Right, yes. And this would be a bad news for white. So I think white should try to somehow keep this weakness alive while like protecting the corner.
Sounds a very difficult
Yes.
job for Keji.
Yes.
Okay. And then Keji decided just cut right away.
Does that work?
Let's see.
Yes, so let's see. Because of this white stone over here, if black cuts right away,
White will extend.
black will block here.
Atari.
This is very complicated.
Yeah, looks like it. So
Yes.
black has to extend by Atari. Oh, I see. So now pushing here is not going to work.
Right,
So
no.
there's a double Atari on the top.
Yes.
So black has to connect.
Right. And it's already too late for white.
Right.
Because even if black can block there, which is questionable if that works, but white can still just block this one.
It's too late for black.
Yes.
Even. Okay. Because black has 3 liberties and white has 4 liberties. And white
Right.
obviously is going to win.
Yes. So black cannot cut this way.
So there's only one option for black to play is Atari on the bottom.
Right, yes. And black exchanged it here, which was sente. And then pushed it here.
Okay.
So now let's see. The first intuitive move would be to capture this one stone. Do you think?
Yeah, because this stone looks like dead already.
Right. If white blocks here, black would come like this.
And black will play here
Or this
extend
one.
on the
Yes.
bottom. Yes.
Maybe. They both seem to work. Yes.
So blocking here is not going to work for white.
Right. And it also doesn't work to try to capture this one stone directly. Because regardless which side white Ataris, black would extend, and there is no way for white to capture this one stone. So instead, white can do this.
I see. And black, since that stone is already dead, black will try to save the stone in the corner by Ataring here.
Yes, either this one or that one.
Or this one.
Right, yes.
Looks like both works.
This seems to be a more aggressive move.
Right.
And this seems like cool fight.
But the coal looks very big. It's very hard for white to find a coal thread.
Right, there is one obvious one.
And then black has a self-coal thread here, isn't it?
Yes, but
Or maybe
also
this,
like this one.
Oh,
I
yeah.
might prefer this one.
This one.
Because if black starts this coal,
It's
in
getting
case,
heavier.
in case black loses the coal, right? But actually, if white starts the coal in this way, then black might have
Connecting here.
used the one.
The coal is lighter compared with the previous variation like this.
Right, yes. The point is, in case black loses the coal, you want to minimize the damage.
Right. Sure.
So black cut here, and then we'll
I
probably
think our
Atari.
prediction were very close.
Yes.
Okay.
So
The game So let's just show the orders. White Atari
Mm-hmm.
and black Atari here, and white captures, and black, there's no exchange move here.
Right.
Okay.
So difficult position for white.
Do you think a white will start the cold fight right away, or try to make some cold threats?
My intuitive answer would be to start right away.
Okay.
But we saw this pattern that white tenukid here, and also like when black attached here, instead of like dealing with this one directly, white attached this one. So Koje might consider starting something at this point without starting the call.
Maybe something in the corner, on the bottom corner, or on the up corner.
Good question.
White has one cold threat here. What about this one?
Yes. So this is also cold threat.
But it's very bad cold threat for white.
It is. It is really bad. This would be a little less bad. But I think the problem is that black has this 1 and 2.
Oh, yes.
Right. Because after this one, I think pushing over here is also cold threat. If white doesn't respond, black can hane here, and this group seems to be dead.
Right. Because there's a net move here.
Right,
Is
yes,
that? Okay.
yes. With this one, let's see.
I don't see any way
Yeah,
for
there's
white.
no way out.
Okay. So now Koji is trying to think about how can he deal with the coal right now.
Right. If white doesn't start the call right away, it seems like black could eliminate the call by connecting something like this. But white can potentially get some moves outside like this.
For free.
Yes. And if somehow white manages to save this one stone, then this black territory would be somewhat less than it looks.
Right. So that's why I'm assuming white doesn't want to start the coal right away.
Right,
He want
yes.
to reduce the risk and the damage.
Right, yes. Right. If black connects from this side, then there is a potential call inside here in which white can save this group.
Right.
Yes, this will be cool.
The coal fight.
Yes.
Making a life. Yes.
So let's see.
Let's see whether our prediction of this move will work or will be
Yes.
right.
I wonder if white can consider to live like that just directly. For example, if white blocks here,
Is it a sente? Looks like it.
yes, I'm wondering because
Maybe we should just try it. So,
if black wants to,
capture.
tenuki, then white can do this and maybe take this call for now. And if black answers something like this, then white has
Take the vital point here.
this one.
And looks like black only has 4 liberties.
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so see if black captures coal.
Yes.
Is it a way
yes,
to reduce?
get in. And if white just blocks here, then
There are
black
3
can
liberties.
take. And this one and that.
Oh, there
Yes.
is.
This one seems complicated, but
This is
it's
the
not
exchange
working
move.
for white. Because if white connects here, then black will do this.
If white connects and there's only 1 liberty left for white.
Yes. And if white comes here, then black can cut this one.
I see. What about I block here? Does it work?
Then
White, black
can,
will Atari.
yes, Atari
And
here.
then white has to connect.
And black can block this one.
Right. Okay, so still, black will be ahead of one liberty.
That's right, yes.
Because if
Black
white
ahead.
Ataris, black captures, and
Yes. And,
And
then
then
black
there's a
throws
throw
in.
in.
Yes.
I see.
Oh. But it was still cool because
Yes.
white can, instead of blocking over here, white can still continue.
The co-fight.
Yes. So this would be another option that white can consider, blocking over here.
So it looks like
Yes.
black and white are dealing the most important fight. right
Yes.
now.
The game could be over just after this
Yeah.
fight, depending on the result.
Okay, so could you connect it and black
Yes.
played here, and white takes the ko, and it's blacksmith. Is there any other options for black?
For white, yes.
For white, yes.
Yes. So one option is to start the call right away, but that doesn't seem to be a good idea. Blocking over here is a more complicated one, but also very dangerous. I would say most expected way would be to tenuki from this area
Okay.
and go somewhere else.
Maybe try to make some ko threads.
Right, yeah, exactly, yes, to create some code threads.
Maybe doing something in the corner,
Yes,
attachment, and then
over here.
and then cut.
And black might extend here. Then white cannot really capture this one stone because the side would be quite big, like this.
But still, both players have to come back to deal with the co-fight here. That corner.
Right. Actually, black could also Atari here first and then connect this one too. And then if white connects, black would capture this one stone. And like this. It will be similar either way. So this one lets white live, but no code thread.
Right. So still, both black and white have to come back to deal with the ko here.
Right, yes.
So, like we showed
Mm-hmm.
before, white has to find some ko thread in order to win the ko here.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Because black has a lot of a ko,
Right, yes.
self-ko threat
Right.
in the center.
It will be nice if white can invest the move and then create a good shape for the center group. But it's not very clear at the first sight.
And I just saw Koji was playing with his hair.
Ah, yes.
You know, for professional Go players,
Yes.
when they get nervous, they like to play something, either hair or something else.
Right, yes.
So he's thinking how how he should do with the code.
Right, right, yes. Yeah.
Okay.
So let's see, what else white can consider here?
What about finding some code threat in the upper right corner?
Yes.
It's looks difficult. Because
right.
one more move.
Oh yeah, there is a way to make like really good code thread. I just saw. But then the cost is also very high, which is to cut here, and then when black blocks, white can push here, which is a kind of suicide.
Yeah, because if white doesn't push here,
Yes.
white has a 4 liberties and black has a 4 liberty. Who goes first will win the capture race.
Right, yes. So by playing here, white is already sacrificing these 5 stones. But after this, white can cut here, which is like a super cool threat.
Yes.
Yeah, you can't not answer this one. So black will need to come here, and then you can see that like from this cut, there are like a few other code threads that you can immediately see.
Right. And Koji did play here. Push.
Yes. But before cutting here, so let's see. So black will block here, and then if he cuts this one, then like white is obviously making the code threads. Or white might come out this way.
What happened?
Black didn't block this one.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Where did Koji's head is kind of blocking the board.
Okay, so let's think about it. If black blocked here, I'm assuming white wanted to cut this one. Because coming out here when black connects, there is no good way to come out next.
For white.
Yes, for white. So when white cuts here, black will need to block. And then, as I mentioned, there is this super cool threat.
Right.
So white could start the call here.
Right away. Make it as big as possible.
That's right, yes. And then you can see that if black doesn't win the call and doesn't capture this one, this group will be kind of in danger.
Right.
So that was very interesting strategy, although very difficult to think since white is giving up these stones right away. But I was like really surprised that black didn't block this one.
Right. It looks very
here.
urgent to respond that move, especially it's a pushing move, right?
Yes. So white is probably very tempted now to come out here, really big. But over here, it seems like black can play this one.
Whoa, looks like a Tatsuji. What about then you will go back to our original, previous variations for the code thread.
Yes. But actually, after I put this stone, I realized that white might do this one here.
Another Tatsuji to solve that
Yes.
Tatsuji. Okay.
Right. And with that move, it seems like black cannot surround white easily. Black can try like this. But because when white pushes here, these 3 stones are in Atari.
Right.
Black can't really keep going with this. White would take this one and then easily go out to
Make
the
a life.
center. Yes, like this.
Right.
So this one doesn't work, but maybe black can just hane.
And then white will still play this move, try to get out.
Do you see any way to
Does this move work?
kill this one?
Probably not.
Right, no.
I think the honey will work too.
Yes, hane also seems to work.
Because the cut here and Atari on the bottom, on the top.
Yes. Then connect.
And I'm guessing black will push.
Yes. And then peep here. Right. Black needs to connect and white can connect.
Right. Okay.
Yes. So yeah, I think white should Tanuki here.
Right.
Because black cannot get this group in one move. And then white played here
It's more
about the same point.
Maybe this move is more aggressive. It's
Yes,
giving
it
more
is.
pressure on the 3 stones.
Yes.
Okay. And then
This kind of aggressive moves, it makes the game more complicated because there is more uncertainty with this cut and this connect. But maybe that's what Kaji wants.
right. Okay.
Yes.
Hane.
Yes. So in the first game, we saw Kaji using this extremely territorial strategy because Kaji thought AlphaGo liked territorial style. And in this game, I think Kaji has this very uncertain shape strategy. Like maybe considering that AlphaGo likes to finalize each shape and make it more certain.
Oh, interesting. And then black.
So yes, black exchanges this one, and because there is no way to capture this group at once, black came out here. And
This is actually a sente move.
yes,
because then the cutting point here will work.
right. If white doesn't do anything, this cut will kill everything.
Or Hane on the
Should
top.
we quickly show what would happen?
Sure. And I'll try on the top.
Yes.
And close.
Yes. And if white tries like that, right,
The cut
yes.
will work because the ladder won't
Right,
work
there's
either.
no leather, and yes, no way out.
So white has to connect here.
Yes.
It looks a trade for both black and white.
Yes.
So white gets the right corner, and then it looks like black gets the corner here and those 3 stones.
Right. So these 3 stones, if black comes first, seems almost dead. Maybe 95% dead. But this group is
Still a
coal.
coal. Yes. So now it's going to be a decision for black whether play a move in this corner or kill those 3 stones.
Right, yes. Or continue this.
Oh,
That's
dear.
another option, which
Right.
will make the game even more difficult.
Right.
Black played here, which doesn't seem to be urgent.
So black, it's still trying to attack the group in the center,
Yes,
and then maybe somehow it's trying to get a connection with the upper
right, yes. If
upper
white,
right corner group.
if white played here, then there was nothing black could do. But because white stone is here, black has this way to save the group,
Right.
like this.
There's a cutting point for white.
Yes, and then with this stone, black can be connected.
I see. Right. So in the later game, white has to spend another move to completely kill that group on the upper right corner.
Right, yes.
I see.
So white came out here. So this move is supporting this group and this group at the same time. Yes,
I see. And somehow it's also splitting black.
that's right. Yes. And also, later, the coal will be more risky for black because this group is kind of blocked inside.
Okay. So what do you think about the next move?
With this one, I would suspect black wants to do something. Maybe take this one for now. Oh, okay. So black came over here, which is really big. Now these 3 stones pretty much dead.
Since the group in the center is for white is getting heavier.
Yes.
I think there's more cold threat for black now.
Right, yes, right. When white starts cold, black has at least 2.
More cold threats in the
Yes.
center.
Right.
Okay.
So it's getting really interesting.
Yes. and more complicated to fight.
Right, yes. So for white will need to... So because this territory is so big, white will need to gain something.
At least, right?
Yes, yes. Because just by itself, this black's territory seems much bigger than this white.
Right. But I'm not sure if white will start a call right away. It still looks very risky for white to start a call right now.
Right, yes. But actually, it might work. I'm not sure if that would be good enough, but one possible scenario that white can think about is to start a call, give up this group, since this white group is already captured, this is less important for white. And then when black gets this one, white can attack these 3 stones. Once white wins this call, this area will be somewhat stronger for white, and white can attack this group, and that might balance the game somehow.
I agree. It sounds a very good plan for white.
One possible option. So it seems like we have Andrew and Michael. Yes, let's invite them up to the stage.
Welcome to the stage, yes. Okay. Hi, Andrew and Michael.
So I saw you've been studying the game over there.
Yes.
So
Hello, ladies.
what were you discussing?
What do you think about the
Well,
game?
we also went to the Chinese study room,
Wow.
and there were some really exciting variations.
We saw a number
they,
of folks discussing.
And Demis Hassabis tweeted about the game. and
Tweeted
he
out
was
that
saying-
the opening was very well balanced.
So Keche was playing perfectly in the first, was it 30 moves or something like that? And then there was this fight in the lower side, and all of the Chinese pros studying the game, I don't think they liked the way white played there.
Right.
So they don't like the way Keche handled that fight. But I think he was trying to make the game really complicated.
Right,
Like
yes.
there's something like 6 or 7 groups whose life and death are not really determined at this point. So it's really a very, very complicated fight, and I think that's what Keche was aiming at.
Right. Would you say he succeeded then?
He succeeded in that way.
Yes.
Looks like it.
Excellent. All right. well,
Okay, so we're gonna.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
We'll see you back in an
Okay.
hour.
Yes.
Yeah.
See you.
Thank you.
Well,
Goodness.
yeah. So it's really exciting. This is a very complicated fight that Hajin had to
Right.
explain to everyone.
Well, and
And it's still-
it's
yeah.
still a complicated fight. What,
Well, just to look at the present situation in the lower left here, this is going to be a ko, and the reason that this white is not doing anything about the ko right now is that once white starts a ko with a move like this, it's going to be huge.
right.
Whereas in the position as it is now, it is very difficult for black to solve the position, completely finish the position with just one move.
Can you explain how?
Like if black takes the ko, this is the best local move, but white's going to play elsewhere and then take the ko back. So this one move in itself has not completely finished the ko position. Otherwise, black would usually play something like this to protect all the ko cutting points there, because naturally if black plays something on this side, white will be able to start the ko anyway.
Right.
So if black uses a move and then white can start a ko, that would just be sort of like a wasted move almost.
Right.
So black would play here to stop white from starting the ko, but white would still have the opportunity to fight with these stones.
Right.
And so it's really more difficult for black to completely finish the situation here, whereas if white starts a ko and black wins the ko, then of course the whole fight will be finished. There's nothing white can do.
Right.
So once white starts the ko, white has to have confidence to have a very good ko threat, and that's what Hajin was talking about when she said white was trying to create ko threats in the upper side here.
Sure.
And then black ignored it, refusing to make them big enough.
Surprising.
And so both sides are sort of looking at this ko and sort of
Dancing
eyeing
around
it
it.
as
Yeah.
they play the rest of the board, because both sides have to be careful. And white in particular is hoping to create a ko threat or ko threats
That's large enough.
that are large enough
Right.
to make this ko work.
So is it fair to say then that AlphaGo was able to parry that plan of Koche's
Yes,
to
at least
create the
it
large
seems
Kote?
so, yes. White played one hane. Now, so I've looked at that one area.
Right,
In this
What's
area,
going on here?
locally, white is dead.
right.
But that can change depending on stuff that happens on the lower side, because this black group, if white does play here at some later point, this black group is not, it will need a move to live.
Sure.
And so depending on how they fight the fight there, that could have an effect on this black group.
Which would then also have an
Which
effect
would
on
then have an
these.
effect on this group. Locally, if we just say white plays here and black plays something like this, white will not have enough room to live.
Right.
But in the struggle to try to make enough room, if white plays this point, then again, it does have an effect on this. So it all connects up to that fight in the lower left. Very, very complicated.
Sure.
All sorts of things could happen.
They're all connected together.
Also, the fact that white has played this one hane here. I was going to say he might be creating a co-threat here, but that's not what Koche was trying to do. He's actually trying to break through here maybe, or at least create a lot of potential to counterattack black in the center.
If he makes this big enough, could that serve as his co-threat in the fight over here by essentially making this?
For instance, like if it was like this is one way black can try to close white in. Then co-threats like this would be big enough.
Would be big enough
They would
for
be
him
big
to start
enough,
the fight.
but black would answer them, and it would be some other kind of trade.
I see.
Because in some of the cases, black will be able to lose that local ko, and for instance, a trade with moves like this, for instance, which really put white in a lot of trouble in all sorts of parts of the board.
Now suddenly these would be totally weakened.
It all depends. Like playing co-threats here would be losing points for white, and so you have to look at the whole position and say, and add up the profit that black gets on this side to the profit that black gets in center, and then you subtract the profit white gets in the corner. You have to decide who's going to have a winning position after that.
And these are all the calculations that Koche is doing in his head.
He's doing them, yes.
Using the time allotted.
But there's like
there's so many variations.
this position I was sort of partially showing you here is only a very small part of that.
Right. Goodness gracious.
I would like to backtrack just a little bit locally here.
Right, I believe you
because,
had a variation
in the fight here.
From the Chinese commentary room that you
From the
wanted to show.
commentary room,
The
they had a
study room.
variation that I found very interesting. And I'm just taking a lot of stones off the board, but
We can
just
get 'em all
believe
back.
that I can get back to the original position.
You're a magician.
And when black played here, this was AlphaGo's move, this was an opportunity for Koche to sacrifice those stones and locally simplify the position. Because what Koche did in the game was this, trying to make the push-through and cut more effective, and effectively trading these two moves in the corner for these two moves in the center. And what the Chinese top pros were saying in the Chinese room is that this move is so big and that it changes the equation in this area altogether. Like these white stones are not alive, these white stones are weak.
Right.
And so it's making it very difficult fight here in the lower part of the board. And the profit that white is getting in the corner is not enough. That was what the Chinese players seemed to be saying.
Got it.
And so what they wanted Koche to be doing was to push through and cut here. And locally, this doesn't work.
Right.
But this is the fun part of Go. You can have moves that locally don't work,
That are globally.
but maybe they're going to be okay for the overall position.
Right.
At this point, it looks like white's going to win the fight to capture, but white has a weakness here. So like if white plays here,
to try and eat
if we just look at the lower side, then black can cut, and white will play an Atari, and then white will be able to win the semi-act, because white has 3 liberties here, and black has only 2. But instead of doing that, black can cut through here, and here, and then there's the ladder this way, and these stones are about dead anyway.
Right, so there's 2 threats here.
Double threat there. So white has to go back here, and so locally, black is going to win the fight. And white is going to put another stone in here. And the assessment of this position is the difficult part. But actually, it's very difficult for black to call that a territory, because white can do stuff like this and peep. Obviously, if white just crawls, this is the normal shape. But white has only 3 moves here before being captured, and black has 4.
Right.
So black wins that fight. But if white can peep and connect here, then that's reversed. Now white is going to win. So black has to push through here and maybe take these stones. And it looks like white can trash the corner anyway. And so black has to find a way to get rid of that.
Right.
And in order to stop white from doing that, it looks like black has to have a fairly tight move, like for instance something like this. And that would capture these stones, but again, white would still have the squeeze here from this side and would have the forcing move from the center, and these stones would become strong. And they were thinking that maybe this looks like an even result.
White can turn to attack these on the side.
And I think this would probably be a continuation of the situation that Demis Hazardous was talking about, in that KJ was playing an even game so far.
Oh, I didn't see the tweet, but my understanding was it was for the very early move, maybe
for
the
the early parts. Yeah. And I have the feeling that this could still be an even game. So the Chinese players seem to think that it was supposed to be bad for white after this move. But you know, like there's so much uncertainty in this game that we can't really say for sure.
I have to ask also, is there an opportunity, what you showed instead of this white pushing and cutting, is there any opportunity for black to get this move in as a sente?
Well, you see, that exchange would change the weakness that white has here.
Oh, I see.
So
now it would win the race
with that exchange in first, now white would just go after the lower group, and the cut would not be lethal.
Good point.
So black has to wait for this exchange, and that gives white the chance to, the opportunity to move on the outside.
That's very subtle. Thank you.
So instead, Krache moved here. This is sort of consistent with his strategy in the first game to try to take territory, and also it makes the game much more complicated. So this is going to be a test of AlphaGo's fighting power.
Right.
And just judging from the Master Series of games, there is a lot of fighting power there.
Right. It has been tested before.
And then there's the question of the cut here after white escapes. So black cutting here is sort of trying to reduce that danger. And actually, I think I've been fortunate because we haven't really progressed so far. But I better try to catch up with the game now.
Yes.
So white pushed through and cut, and black played an Atari underneath. White connected, and then black forced here and crawled. And so now this is going to win the fight to capture if white plays that way, because black will just bump against. Yeah. So white captures the one stone and black cut.
Setting up the ko.
Yeah, and white takes. So locally this is a reasonable sequence, but at this point, as I was saying, white does have the potential to start a big ko, but at this point white doesn't have the good ko threat for it.
Right.
And so white's going to wait for an opportunity, and it's also difficult for black to resolve that with one move. So white played here, and Hajin was saying that this is trying to make a big ko threat in that area.
Almost
black
suicidal, I think she said.
Yeah. And then black played here. This is also actually a very big point compared to white curling around here, which would put stress on the 3 stones.
And also threaten to bring those back.
This would be a move that white would play to force from the center before making a life in the corner.
I see.
So that would be a kind of a forced sequence that included the idea that white was going to put another stone in here.
I see.
And so that's why white hasn't done that yet. But it's a big move in that it increases black's potential in this area and is starting to put pressure on white in the center.
Sure.
So Krache plays another move on the upper side, one hane here, and then the knight's move. So black is splitting these two groups, trying to get a double attack. Actually, white played this side first.
Oh, excuse me.
Yes. It's a very complicated, and black continues here. Now this move is still putting pressure on these stones. Also, black is looking to connect here and start the fight in the upper right also. So we have a black group here that is uncertain. It could die if white plays first, but if black plays first, it's going to maybe run out again.
Right.
So that makes a white group that is uncertain, and a black group here that is uncertain because it's overextended, so white can invade there at any point. So that's 3 uncertain groups, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 uncertain groups, and we could even include, well, this is alive for the time.
You could include the black one.
And even this black group, if white wins the ko, it's in danger. So about 8 uncertain groups.
Certainly.
And like you usually have up to about 2 or 3.
Right.
So this is way more complicated than most Go games have ever been. Yeah. So it's really exciting.
Well, this is almost would be another plan that we could try against AlphaGo, because especially the reliance on Monte Carlo playouts would be perhaps one strategy one could try against it is to have such a complicated and uncertain position, because it, as the Monte Carlo rollouts randomly play it out, if there are more uncertain things, it will more randomly distribute the outcomes among the
So it
unsettled
will be
groups.
maybe less uncertain.
Right.
And,
However, we saw that there is a less reliance on those Monte Carlo rollouts
yes.
in AlphaGo.
And I sort of
the
have to,
master
I agree with you in that I have the feeling that when AlphaGo played Lee Sedol, that kind of confusion in the game
That's what we saw
did
in
have
game
a bad
4.
effect on it.
Yeah.
But that seemed to be less and less true in the Master Series. Yeah, so that could be the difference in relying less on the Monte Carlo playouts.
Indeed. And that's, again, because the network component has gotten so much stronger.
So black has cut these 4 stones off from the side group. And again, the side group for the time being is not going to live. And so white started the ko.
Started the ko. Whew. So this is going to get exciting.
Yes, and we have the right position here. I got a bit involved in my talking, so I think actually one of these moves was the ko threat for white to take the ko back. And so now at this point, white needs to cut once more to make a ko. And white needs to find a ko threat for that.
After black captures. Yes. What would you be looking for here for a ko threat?
There's a question of, is something in this area going to be big enough? There's also a question is, does white want to use this ko threat? This ko threat is probably pretty sure to be forcing. But it's a local loss.
Because it takes away the squeeze later?
It makes the black group 100% alive.
I see.
And so when white plays moves like this, they will no longer be forcing. And that goes that includes this. This move also will not be forcing, and that's a big loss for white usually. Although in some cases, I've just realized sometimes it will be forcing.
If this
with that move. If white has the right shape on that side, if white has resolved the ko on that side, that is. So maybe it's not such a big loss. So this is one possibility. Also, taking just the 1 stone would probably not be good enough.
Why not? I have to ask.
Because white would still be weak here. And black would be able to continue the fight in the center.
Still not alive.
But I was thinking maybe something on the outside like this might possibly be good enough. But already we have a different move. So white played here, and black answered here.
Very interesting.
Black naturally has to answer to protect the weakness of his connection.
Certainly.
And white has not started the ko yet.
Right.
So white has left that for the time. Instead of starting the ko, white played this peep.
What's the difference in that order? Like, what's the significance of
well, when white plays the peep, it looks like white is not going to play the ko, not necessarily going to play the ko yet.
I see.
Because, like, locally, if we look at it, if black plays here, this looks a bit dangerous for black because of this.
Looks like a capturing race.
Well, it looks like a capture race, but actually, white cannot immediately play the cut. Because black can play an Atari here and capture these stones.
Yep.
So I think what Kwate was planning on doing is maybe at some point playing here. And then maybe gaining something on this side before playing the ko. Because a lot of the issue here is the timing for white's ko attack there.
Right.
And in some cases, winning the ko will not be good enough, but in many cases, it will be very effective. So white has to have a very good ko threat.
The danger of making the ko threats bigger is that if the ko threat becomes bigger than the ko, AlphaGo will be happy to lose it.
Right. Well, let's just take a look at the position in which white has hypothetically won the ko. And obviously, it's a big difference in the corner territory. But we have to look at the black group on the outside.
The balance of power
which is like if white adds 1 stone to the center here, this is going to be a dead group.
Right.
So that's an added value that makes the ko really, really huge. Okay, we better pay attention here because the game's moving on.
So black extended to forestall the Hane.
White took the one, after black played here, white took the 1 stone, black extended, and I believe this is the final move.
Indeed. And now if this white group is out...
It's out, but it's not alive. For instance, like if white plays here, black can still play here, and this is a false eye. Capturing the 1 black stone again is also a false eye. And so even if white sort of plays 1 move here, it's still not a live shape.
Right.
And in the process of killing it, though, the lower side black group could possibly get into trouble. So let's just say that black plays here, which would be a safe move. Still only 1 eye.
Sure.
And so locally, white does not have enough eye space. White is trying to move out into the center. There is this, black has played this way, and white will probably extend. There is this tessage here, in with which usually black can cut white off.
Usually?
Usually.
Usually.
Maybe not in this case.
Maybe not this time.
Yeah,
Okay.
because white captures the one stone. This is making me-eye of the cut here and connecting here.
I see.
But when white captures the one stone, there's a weakness in black's position.
Ah, black runs out of liberties here.
Which is troublesome, of course, because black's going to lose this group.
Right.
So this looks bad for black. Black has this potential cut here, which black can aim at, for instance, later. So white played this move. So this move,
Directly prevents
if white had
that
played
cut
this
later.
move, white would have to worry about this kind of cut that I was just showing.
It would be at
And
his
any
back
move
for the
like
whole
this
time.
would be forcing. So black could maybe play here and then make this connection in the center, which would threaten this next.
Right.
Or even just do it one move at a time by like this. And finally play here, forcing white to back up here. And then try to surround the white group from this side.
Right.
And I don't really know how that would turn out, but it does look a bit dangerous for white.
At that point, would
Partly
black...
because there's a lot of trouble that could happen on this side of the
Right.
board too.
As black gets stronger here,
Yeah,
it's going to
right.
weaken these
Yeah.
and bring
Right.
those out. At
And
the
there's
top.
stuff that could happen here. This is getting less and less important as this fight heats up.
This gets bigger and bigger.
Like white might not even respond to this move
Really?
when the fight gets very
I
important.
suppose if everything else would perish.
But
then-
there's a lot of variables there that are very hard to calculate.
Right. So Koje just removes any of that bad
So he got
feeling.
rid of the cut, and if black tries to surround white from this side, then of course the center shape is looking a bit too dangerous for black.
It's too
when white
tenuous
cuts.
for black to try and play this way.
So white can just surround the center stones, and this is not going to work for black.
Right.
So black has to be careful about how black goes about surrounding the white group.
And it's so careful, it's avoided it entirely by choosing to come out at the top.
Well, this is trying to add some extra forcing moves here. Like if white, the local response would be to cut here.
Right, and capture in the corner.
And then black would be able to play an Atari here. And that would change the status of this fight. Like it would be much easier now
dangerous.
for black to be playing with these extra stones here. It would be some added comfort for black on the right side. And I think this is going to look like it's good for, even if black just plays the Atari and plays this connection here, it looks like it's going to be a lot easier for black.
It's tough for me to think of AlphaGo being comforted, but it is a nice mental image.
It's so similar in the results it's getting to humans that it's very easy to use human-like
Human
language.
terms, indeed.
And so white counterattacks first. All right, so this is the board position. If at any time black plays here, this fight on the upper side is about even. Like white has to protect eventually we'll have to protect here. White actually might try something first on the upper side. And
Before
black
connecting.
it will be very easy for black to save these stones. But with this fight in the center, these stones could even be irrelevant.
All
Like they're
sacrificed.
not important enough. And so I sort of question this move, but we have to see how it develops
Sure.
for a while. I think black has played this Atari.
Right.
Now, capturing these 5 stones, although I said it's small, I wasn't talking about these 5 stones. These 5 stones are big.
Those 5
Yeah,
stones
these are big. Yeah. So black plays that one Atari, and I have the feeling that for the time being, black is should be more interested in saving the center stones and strengthening them.
It seems that way. This looks like a very patient move.
Well, usually black is a bit further away,
Right.
but because the peep here is forcing,
Sure.
maybe this, if we imagine a white stone, this exchange here, then it would then become a very natural move.
Sure.
Of course, it's better for white not to have this exchange in. So yeah, just putting that exchange there is sort of cheating. But it does demonstrate that this is it's a reasonable move.
So why in this direction then instead of moving out this way or this way?
That's a very good question. You're showing your skill
At asking
yeah,
questions,
the host.
maybe.
Well, pushing from this side is going to sort of finalize this position, and
I see.
it makes it much more difficult for black to move out. When black plays on this side, it gives black shapes like this that will loosely connect black to this group, and will change the fight on the upper side.
Right. It
So,
doesn't
yeah,
induce white to
And so this is a kind of
shut the door.
a forcing move, but white is sometimes just happy to answer it.
Happy to be forced.
When black plays this way, white should still probably be thinking of moves like this, which would give white a very good position in the upper right area, and then black would probably be moving out here, or this is the first move that comes to mind for me. And this whole white, well, I almost think of this as two white groups, but potentially they can connect and well, at this point, it's really bad for white if they don't connect.
Right.
Because this group has no other
Separated,
escape route.
they
Yeah.
will almost
So they're going to
certainly-
connect and become one group, but the whole area is a very weak group for white.
Perhaps-
Like white could bump against black,
Right.
and let's just assume black lets white connect. Well, black could actually do
Think about
various
cutting
things.
directly.
Like there's all sorts of ways black can try to, and if we get something like this, black is not just running away, but black is putting a lot of pressure on these white stones.
Right. There's not a lot of room in here for eyes.
And of course, there's that ko there that is really big. But this side is getting bigger and bigger as we fight. And so potentially there could be a trade of that ko for this whole area.
Sure.
And it depends on how much of this black group is added onto that. Whether that's going to be good enough or not for black. Like if white wins the ko and captures this black group, and black captures this white group, then maybe the balance would be whether or not this black group is saved or not.
Sure. Weighing up
so-
all these various options.
And to be
seems-
really sure about what I just said, I would have to do a very detailed calculation.
Right. Actually,
Yeah.
some counting and,
Yeah.
and whatnot.
And I'm not going to do that because it's probably, there's a high probability it's not going to happen.
That's not going to happen that way. That's right. Is it fair to say though that that Koje has many more things to manage here than AlphaGo does?
Well, for the time being, AlphaGo is going to be,
Managing this group and
this group is the
only.
one important group.
Because it
but
is the one that divides these
It
two.
divides a lot of white, like this white group is potentially, even just looking at the local position, if black plays here, it's going to be a very complicated fight. And it depends on white having extra stones in the immediate area, like this move that I'm suggesting.
Right.
To make it, with this stone, I think maybe this is a fight in which white has an advantage.
I see.
But without this stone, it would be the opposite.
Sure.
So this is a very, the balance of power here is fluid. We don't really know which side is going to be attacking. And losing these stones after playing so many moves to expand, to try to escape,
Sure.
would be a lot of added loss.
It
So
would be
this
better
is-
not to have played them at all, but
Right,
to have
right.
reduced the size
Well, if
of
white
the
had an
territory.
easy way to win that ko, white would have just gone ahead and done it.
Sure.
But white is sort of in the balance of trying to make better ko threats. But as this fight gets bigger and bigger, maybe white's not going to play the ko for a while after all.
Right. As the ko would almost be too small for in relative to the rest of the.
The only honest
no
answer to
time.
that is that I don't know, or it depends.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
It
That's
depends
fair.
on what added value black gets when black kills this
I see.
white group here.
Goodness. So all the weak groups are sort of running in together, smashing together, and we're going to have any number of different ways it could fall out.
And Kwache is thinking. He's
Yeah, we mentioned
almost down to
yesterday.
this 1 hour. Yeah.
Yeah, he's used almost 2 hours, 45 minutes. We mentioned yesterday that he had played at a fairly quick pace, and that perhaps he had saved too much time for the end game,
Yes.
that he could have perhaps used more of his time in the early game or the middle game. I don't think we're going to have that
Well,
problem
he's
this time.
usually, I think he's a fairly quick player.
Sure.
So I think it's unusual to see him thinking so long. But this type of
This is
fighting
the position
game,
to do it, for sure.
you just could. There's no amount of time that's enough. You just need a huge amount of time just to calculate all the variations.
Sure.
And I wouldn't be able to play this quickly.
You
I would
want
want to
even
just
longer.
take it home and study it for a few days.
For days. Which, by the way, we've been very glad to have you do that for the master games that you've given
Oh
us.
yes,
your
well, I've
considered
been
study.
studying them since they've been played.
Right?
Yes.
That's right. And your video series on those has been very illuminating. So.
Oh, I've loved, been very enjoyable too.
So, is there any moves? You mentioned the diagonal move. Are there any other moves you think that he would be considering at this time?
Well, as I was saying, the left side here is really heated up too. So like some move on the left here would be also a very big move.
Sure.
And it would be putting pressure on
Keeping
black in the
pressure
center.
in the middle. Yeah.
And the question is, can white hold this position together after black plays here?
Sure.
Like if white tries to push through and cut here, this is going to be a disaster for white.
Uh-oh.
Because however black plays, black can play from the right or the left to capture these 3 stones.
And they can't escape.
And if black plays actually from the left, then these stones
Even
are still in
stronger on the
trouble.
bottom.
And so this is not going to be happy ending for white.
Sure.
That means white has to back up a bit, and it means black would get an extra stone here. And we can see a kind of a loose connection developing here. Like this would be really good on the left side of the board, white sort of circling those
Swallowing
3 stones.
these up.
Another one of those weak groups that was.
We hadn't talked
It's not really an important group at this point
Sure.
because there's so many bigger groups that are more weak. But we can see that the upper side is completely reversed now.
Sure.
And that white is in trouble and black is going to win this fight.
At this point, though, could white think about starting the ko now that black has invested in taking that?
This area is just not big enough
There's
for the
no
ko.
threats. I
Like
see.
capturing the center stones could be big enough if white could get a clean kill. But losing the ko here and settling this fight here for advantageously for black would give. Although I sort of was saying, I was hinting that maybe those 3 black stones are dead. That's not really true because if black wins the ko, then the status of those 3 black stones is going to change.
Right. And
So what just happened is white played the kosumi. So white's making a solid connection here.
Right.
And black played here. So, you know, again, sometimes I get the right moves.
Yeah,
I'm really
exactly
happy
what
when
you
that
said
happens.
he would
And
have
so,
to manage.
as I was saying, white cannot push through and cut. White pulled back. And this was a more aggressive move, the move I was suggesting. But it is a bit thinner.
Right.
And also, it's when black plays like this, white is sort of induced to play another move here on the left side. So this
Otherwise,
is a
the
flow where
connection
white is
would be
trying to
too-
play a number of moves. When white plays here, white has a bit more freedom when black plays a move like this. So I think that's the reason why Kwache chose this move.
It
instead
doesn't
of the
need
knight.
further reinforcement.
It's a more tight move with less weakness. And it's more, it's a better way to prepare to start the ko and capture that black group. So like if white finishes the ko and adds one more stone to this position, then it's going to be a dead.
I see.
White has to win the ko and play another move. So it's, that takes about 3 moves. But at that point, this will be a much more solid way to finish off the black group.
Makes sense. Less potential behind for it to.
So I think that right now Kwache is sort of has a plan maybe to start the ko at some point now, because he's giving up something on the upper side now. Oh, and black extends now. This is going to be exciting again. Locally, this it's not as if black can capture these 3 white stones. Or, well, not now there are 4, but black is making the upper right area less important, while black is trying to attack white.
Take out
on the lower right area.
On the lower right.
Now, how exactly is this going to happen is it's a question that I wasn't really prepared to answer yet, but I'll try to do it anyway.
Hazard a guess.
Extending is the most natural move here. And again, if black plays another move here, this is going to be bad for white. So we would expect that white pushes through. So locally, even just playing down like this, this pretty much kills this white group.
Right.
But of course, the center black group is not alive.
Right.
Oh, so he played the kosumi. This is quite similar in that if black plays here next,
Right. The
that's
white
going to
stones
finish
are
off
swallowed.
white in the center.
Right.
And so white needs to do something about that. It looks almost like white could play this with sente, but of course, getting this stone in Atari is a really big move.
Sure.
So that's going to be okay for black. So if we assume white plays here, maybe black intends to play this way.
And that also would finish off the white group on the
It
bottom.
finishes off, but compared to this, it seems to be losing a bit, but actually it's good aji, and so it gives less co-threats to white. And so co-threats
again
and
being
bad
there.
aji are things that the players might be thinking about at this point.
Sure. With this lurking in the
Yeah.
background. Gracious.
And so this game is so complicated that at this point I think I'm going to try to keep up with the game,
Sure.
just so we don't lose track.
Sounds excellent. I think we are still waiting for Koje to respond to the Kosumi
Yes.
there.
Well, he does have to save these 4 stones. It would be too bad to sacrifice them at this point.
Certainly.
And losing this group, it's really bad locally.
But not maybe the end of the world.
It's not bad enough if white can win the ko over there.
I see.
And again, as I was saying, if white has this forcing move here, that will change the status of this group.
Right.
And this sort of depends on what happens with the ko. White has to win the ko first, but if white has this forcing move and then plays here,
It's alive. Or is it go?
Not completely.
Not
It
completely.
still depends on a lot of factors, but usually with this weak black group here, usually this move is forcing 2.
Sure.
And so then it would be a ko. Like if black plays here, white can live with this move.
And give up
like
the
usually
tail?
this is forcing, after this is forcing black to play here, this would still be forcing black to play here. And so then white would be able to live with this, but it would be giving up the center area. So maybe white would play here, and then this would be a ko.
I see.
And so, yeah, I can't really say white's alive, but yeah.
I see.
And so, but there is some potential there for white to do something with this. And we can see, again, black has played. Obviously, if we assume everything ends peacefully and this is just dead, this would be the larger territory.
Sure.
And then I suggested this one. This again would be
larger
larger
territory.
territory than this one.
Right.
But we can see that black is playing to reduce the effectiveness of white's co-threats in the area.
Sure.
And so this is a very solid connection. The only co-threat white has is this move, which would be locally a terrible move, because it would. After this, black would have this Atari here to capture the 3 stones. So this is a self-destructing move.
Right.
Which
And then
white doesn't want to play.
these would be settled.
That's
if
really
those 3
important.
stones are gone. Right.
Yes. So there's all these very delicate pros and cons that can happen every time you choose a move.
Sure.
And in this case, black is playing very solidly here because black's worried about that. Well, worried, what can you say?
Black is
Black has
worried.
to pay attention to that ko.
Sure. It's weighing on its networks.
Yeah, it's networks,
Perhaps,
yeah.
Weighing heavily.
Anxiety,
Maybe not.
yeah. It'd be interesting to find if an AI could experience anxiety. So they have started the ko, and now it's a question of what co-threat white chooses. So white played here. Yes,
Oh,
yes,
yep,
yes.
The
Well,
hair is a little
Kaze
bit
is so
difficult to see.
involved in the game that his head was getting in the way a little
Sure,
bit. But
sure.
yes, white plays here. White's threatening to push through here. I guess that would be troublesome for black.
Presumably,
Black cannot afford to sacrifice these stones.
yeah, presumably white has calculated that he can catch all the black stones if he pushes through.
Well, catching all the black stones would be good enough for white.
Right.
Yeah.
So now we wait to see if AlphaGo replies.
Okay, this is locally the most natural move.
You assume captures.
And white
the
takes
ko.
the ko. So it looks like white has an opportunity here to win the ko.
In which case,
It depends. Again, well, you see, if white wins the ko, then we don't know what's going to happen to this black group.
Sure.
Because black's co-threat could have something to do with that. Like if black plays a co-threat here and captures these stones, then naturally the black group will be safe.
safe.
And
we'd
this
have to,
white group will be dead because these stones are vital stones
To
that
make
connect
this
these
work.
stones and everything. So there's no way white's going to live now.
wow.
And that's a similar move. That's
Right.
a similar move, but I wouldn't have played it in that order.
It gives it another ko threat. I mean, it's
it has 3 co-threats.
sure.
Yeah.
No matter how you count it, it has 3.
So white's going to push through probably. Connecting would be the same result eventually, but for the time being, pushing through is better. And Koje isn't really thinking about that move.
He's thinking about the next
Although he's
move.
taking his time, he's thinking about something that's going to. Maybe he's thinking about his next co-threat.
Sure.
Because at this point, in his last hour, and well, not quite in his last hour, but he's getting there. He's used 2/3 of his time, and there's still a lot of fighting that's going to happen in this game, probably. He wants to preserve his time, so he should be playing quickly, but again, he has to find a good co-threat too.
It's also difficult because AlphaGo is somewhat relentless in how it uses about 45 seconds each
For
time.
each move,
30
yeah.
seconds
kind of a balanced.
Right.
I guess they must have a kind of a time control to make sure it doesn't run out of time or something.
Presumably, but it doesn't seem to be in any danger. It's only used 45 minutes to Koje's 1 hour and 8 minutes. And I don't believe in the Master series of games, they were played with very short time controls, with only 30 seconds.
It was fairly
of
quick,
time each.
yeah. I was wondering, it didn't think very much longer when Lee Sedol played that brilliant move in the 4th game.
Right, no, it uses about the same amount
that
of
was
time.
a point where a human player would just stop.
Make sure.
And well,
that's right.
A human player would be confused just as AlphaGo was confused.
Right.
But would be spending a lot of time trying to resolve that problem.
Sure.
Yeah.
But AlphaGo has been playing with such a steady pace that it will be difficult for Koje to play quickly and gain any sort of an advantage because AlphaGo will continue to play so steadily.
So this just looks too big for White to trade. And so it's a question of how White answers. There's not really much a local question. So again, I think Koje is thinking about the bigger picture here.
Planning his next co-threat. And it seems also like this co-threat is helpful maybe to these 3 stones or to this on this side, or am I thinking too far ahead here?
You're thinking too far ahead because the status of those 3 stones will not be decided until White has 2 or 3 more stones in the area.
I see.
And so this attack in the center combined with maybe 1 or 2 more moves would finish it off.
I see.
And he still hasn't played.
Yeah.
Yes. It's very strange to see him thinking so hard in this position where White has a choice of connecting here and a choice of pushing through here. And of course the other choice is to finish off the ko.
Right.
And it looks to me like losing this group would be too big. And so I wouldn't really be seriously considering that. In which case, the way to answer is relatively simple.
Could he be counting a capturing race after one of his co-threats up here that might set a full board semi-eye?
A full board semi is something that could happen in this game, yes. But yeah, losing these stones would automatically kill this group. And it would be too much territory, even if White gets the whole left side or the upper right, or both of them. Like if White could kill this group and that group, there's 3 black groups there. One of them is sure to live, so White cannot really kill all of them. So losing these vital stones here that connect all the black groups would be too big.
Too much.
But since he's a top player, I guess he can be thinking about the whole board position, even without adding moves. Like I would want to have this exchange on the board. It would. Even this 1 move exchange, 2 move exchange would make it easier for me to envision what happens next.
Oh.
But it looks like he's thinking about the same stuff without playing that. What happens to some players, though, is that they think so far ahead that they forget they haven't played the first move.
They haven't played
and
the
that
first
has actually happened to some professional Go players.
Oh, goodness.
And so then the professional Go players read the whole thing out and has a winning variation, but then plays the second move in the sequence. And yeah, it's really disappointing.
Getting ahead of your skis there. Oh dear.
But I haven't seen that happen to Koche, so
no,
I think it's going to be okay.
Sure that won't happen here. Goodness gracious. All right, well, this is definitely a little bit more of a exciting middle game than yesterday's.
It's very exciting, and there's still a lot of uncertainty. Let's count the number of stone groups that we have that are uncertain. Like this white group for the time being is dead, but that depends on this black group, which is not a completely alive group. So that's 2 groups. There's this group in the upper right. At any point, white can easily capture it with this move.
Sure.
But this is going to come far in the future.
Seems too small.
And sometimes white's going to capture on a larger scale with something like this, or white really wants to play moves like this that split black into 3, potentially 3 groups.
Sure.
And then there's that black group on the left side, and this white group is still weak. And the corner group, of course, the ko is still in process.
Decisive.
Yeah. So I've lost count.
Sorry, and I did too.
Still about 8 or
1,
9
2,
groups that
3,
are not
4.
decided.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sounds about right.
And yeah, that's way more than usually people
usual.
are comfortable with having.
Sure. I'd prefer it just to be 1, and I'd
Yes,
prefer it
yes.
to be my opponent's that is
Oh, yes,
undecided.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, settling one potentially dead group is relatively easy. And then you often have fights, which we call running fights, in which there are 2 or 3 weak groups,
All headed out
or
to
1
the
or
center
2 on each
together.
side, and they're running out towards the center because they don't have bases.
Sure.
And when you don't have a base on the side of the board, what you do is you run out into the center. So there's that kind of fight. So usually when you have a fight with a lot of weak groups, the maximum is usually about 4 groups.
4 groups.
Yeah, so having groups so many that it's hard to count them is pretty unusual.
Unique.
Extremely unusual, I should say.
And of course, the ideal situation there is 4, 2 each. 3 where one has 2 and one has 1 is not nearly as good. Now, he did seem to be glancing around the whole board, maybe doing a count of exactly what he can have and what he can lose.
Yes.
He also seemed to be smiling, sort of, and shaking his head.
Oh, yeah. Well,
we'll see. Tough moment here.
AlphaGo never fails to surprise us, so.
Sure.
He's probably going to have some interesting comments about the moves that AlphaGo played that he found to be unexpected.
Right.
Yeah.
Looking forward to hearing that. I believe the press conference after the game will start half an hour after the conclusion of the match. I had a question I wanted to ask you. You were mentioning that that this would be Sente and that the second descent would also be Sente.
Okay, and that depends partly on how Black handles it.
And of course, we can go back to the game if he plays.
Yeah.
But
in order to talk about that, we have to finish the ko. So just take that stone and say White has won the ko. Now, if White plays here and follows up with this, this is a group shape that looks like it might be almost alive, but actually it's just dead. Dead. Because if Black plays here, White cuts once, and then plays the hane and kills it. And so that doesn't work.
One eye.
And if Black connects somewhere, just leave that stone. Then White plays the placement, and this again is dead.
Right.
So Black needs to add some kind of stone here. And usually the way Black will do that is to extend on the side. And then in this position, White's going to start with this move, but this is going to be a forcing move because White can come in here. And there's no way this looks way far away from this stone, right?
Sure.
It's a bit too far away. Maybe you think so, but actually because Black has a lack of liberties, there's no way that Black can cut it off. And so this with kind of one fell sweep, it takes away all of Black's eye space.
Right.
And so this would just be a dead group. And so this is made possible by having this stone here to make the connection possible.
So that's why Black will have to answer that.
So Black would have to answer that again.
Right.
And that makes the difference here because in this position, if we're going to have Black try to kill without a ko, Black would play the placement here and then play the placement here again. And this would be, well, just to make it simple, I'll play the tari here. This would be what they call the 3-stone nakade,
right?
In which Black has 3 stones, which White can capture, but can only make 1 eye for White when Black plays in the center here. So this is kind of a standard way to kill White, but Black needs, with this stone, naturally in the sequence, White is getting this stone in, which would potentially kill that Black.
And if Black replies, then White would be able to make 2 eyes.
So going back to the position where White has, even though White doesn't play this immediately, if White plays here, the only way to kill would be to play this, and this would lead to a ko.
I see.
Okay, so get to getting back to the game.
Get back to the game.
Yeah.
White did come back to answer as you
White did answer, yes, just as I suggested. And so Black must have taken the ko.
Hasn't yet?
It hasn't yet, yeah.
Hasn't yet.
It has to go through its 45-second thing.
Right.
Yeah.
The designated waiting period. There it is.
And this is still a huge ko. Unlike if Black wins that ko, it's going to be about a 40-point territory. And winning, let's just put the stone there to win the ko.
Sure.
We've been talking about this group a little bit.
Sure.
It's a pretty weak group.
Right.
But once black wins the ko, it's like black has this iron wall here.
Sure.
And now that these stones are super strong, it makes moves like this really troublesome for white, because there's no way white can counterattack in this direction. And so actually, even if black plays something defensive like this, there's no way white can continue to attack once black has won the ko.
Right.
So the ko is going to change the equation here to a great degree.
And also these white stones in the center.
The whole white group is weak. It's slightly stronger now that black has played this exchange, because even if black squeezes like this, which will probably happen as the ko continues, white can at some point cut here and make some I shape. And so this white group is gradually getting stronger as the ko develops. So there's some sacrifice that black is making in choosing this ko threat.
But certainly these three will be more stable as a result here.
Okay, we've got a trade here. What looks like white played this Atari, and black finished the ko.
Black finished the ko.
This was completely unexpected.
Completely unexpected.
I was expecting black to answer that ko threat. So now we have a trade, and this has simplified the game. And I think black is going to switch to the upper right, maybe, or otherwise the left side.
Goodness. Well, it seems like if black is alive here,
and the fact that AlphaGo has simplified the game
doesn't look
is
good.
a bad sign for the human player usually.
I believe Hajin was talking about the strong player premium, the degree to which you give the stronger player the benefit of the doubt. Yeah, having
and so
one move,
black has a choice now though of moving towards the left side, which would, but no, black played the hane here, and white connected. So it looks like AlphaGo is going to strengthen the position in the center there. Like, for instance, it would be a reasonable move to play something like this. And after this, black can, the next time black can come here and capture the white group. So white really needs to put a stone in. Maybe, it looks like maybe this would, well, maybe here, this would be the simplest way to do it. And kill the whole area there. And then black will be able to move back to the left side, and this left side group will have no trouble making a life. And so then we have to calculate the score.
Right. And this is exactly what happened.
Black played that move. If black does play here next, then this is going to be bad news for the white group. So I'm expecting Grache to play something here to capture that. Like this would work. Maybe something like this. Let's see. That would work too, but black would just answer it, and white would have to go back again. So white needs to put some kind of a move in there. I'm not really sure about my guess there locally, but white does want to put a stone in, and then black can play. There's no way that I can see that white can kill this black group, because white has the weakness here. The knight's move here is, there is some weakness in that connection that will allow black to connect underneath.
Sure.
And there's a weakness in this connection that will allow black to cut white off. So white has to allow black to live here. And I'm not even mentioning this move, which would be an all-out
even more
fight.
aggressive.
I don't think black's going to do that. It looks a bit dangerous, partly because white has this peeping move, which is sente, which would change that. So I'm sort of favoring this move.
I see.
So just to look at the overall position in this hypothetical, I've added a few moves, sort of guessing. So this is alive.
Because we assume that even though this is alive, there is no way to get these sente moves here on the bottom?
This white group is sort of in limbo, because when white plays here and black plays here, and white plays here, now this move is no longer forcing.
Because of this, because this is connected.
Because it's connected, yes. But, so if white answers here, this is going to be dead.
Sure.
But if white sacrifices half of the group,
cutting off the tail, so that
let's see,
rest of it might live.
There's no way to make a life, but there is going to be a ko here.
I see.
Yeah. So there's some potential here for white to do something, maybe. I think. Yeah. That looks reasonable. Yeah. So there's some potential here, but it's not really a very huge move. So it's really hard to count this black territory.
I see.
But this is a big move too. So just for argument's sake, why don't we assume that this is dead? And let's say that that group lives and white gets this much, and let's just say black plays here to finish this group off.
Okay.
It's 26, 30. That's, well, that's a lot of black territory. Black is pretty close to 100.
100?
Yeah.
Goodness gracious.
And so there's no way white can, like white doesn't have enough. And so just this peaceful trade is not going to be good enough for white. And white probably for the time being needs to do something about this upper right position.
He's still thinking about it.
He's still thinking about it, but after black, I'm assuming black's going to play a move on the left side. After that, white has to find some good sequence in the lower area here, maybe starting from this move. Starting from this move looks like it probably doesn't work after black plays here. So white probably has to start with this move. And if black plays here, then this is a bit more complicated. I don't really like this variation for black because black's going to, however it turns out, it's going to be a fight to capture at the best.
And white will get these.
That's a huge move in itself.
Yeah, it's huge.
And if black extends, then here. So white's going to get a ko at least. But then, of course, there's a lot of black territory there.
So it looks like black was really able to simplify the game a lot by connecting this ko.
Exactly.
You're still counting, I'm sorry.
Yes, I was counting, but I was listening to you too.
Oh
Don't
man,
worry.
I can't walk and chew gum at the same time. Does that mean that this co-threat was too small? Do you think that was
Well, it was one of the bigger co-threats.
Oh dear.
Yeah, so it was a good co-threat, and I was surprised to see black not answer it.
On the other hand, now we can see that it's maybe...
The result looks good for black, so
makes sense.
it was just a tough fight for white, I guess.
I see.
Yeah.
And so maybe we have to go even farther back to find where Koje may have gone awry.
Well, I'm sort of agreeing with the whole Chinese team of studying players who were saying that white should have just sacrificed this whole area.
Right.
And that was a variation that looked pretty, it looked okay for white.
It looked fairly unbranching as well.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully we'll have a chance to ask both Koje and AlphaGo what they thought.
And so in the actual game, this move and this move have not been played yet. But as I was saying, this would, why don't we just take a look at the fight to capture? I've added this exchange for white, but even so, when white plays like this, white will have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Even with this exchange, it would be less if black covered here, but even if white gets that exchange in first. It's only 5 and black has 5, and it's black's turn now.
Sure.
So that means that black can extend to 6 liberties or just fill a white
Or just start connecting.
Either way, black wins.
Right.
So white has to do something. The question is, does white do it? So I was suggesting this move because it will, since white can crawl here next.
Right.
It's kind of a forcing move. So black covers, and still white has to back up. So white could play. There's all sorts of ways white could do it. Like maybe white would play here, and if black plays here, white would like to cut, but then would lose. But white can cut here, and leave this cut for later. And connecting here is not forcing for black, so
white can't push through the other way with the empty triangle.
or white could push through the other way, and then black would play here. But again, if white cuts, and black connects, then white has only 4 liberties, and black has 5. Oh no, I'm sorry, but white has 5.
Okay.
Oh, so white wins.
So
okay.
this would work. So he can't push through that way.
But then black would have the whole squeeze.
Ah.
So it is sort of questionable whether that would profit white enough. So maybe this is going to happen. You're right. White did win by 1 move.
Well, I can read the empty triangle.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, but if black has almost 100 points, it would seem that even capturing these stones in the upper right-hand corner
not enough.
Can't possibly enough. Where would the rest of white's points be?
So that was this variation in which black lives on the left side, and white finishes off the center, and black plays here. I might as well count that once more just to be sure.
Black lives in the center. Oh, sorry. Black lives in the center and counts off here. The camera is just right.
Yeah, and I'm counting that upper side as black's territory. It's still a bit uncertain, but with all this wall here, I think it's going to work out.
White won't be able to try anything in the middle.
Yeah, it's just too much black territory. It's a huge difference. So white might be thinking of trying. Well, killing this looks like it's just too difficult. But trying to start something on the lower side is something that could be have some practical potential. So white played the attachment here.
Yeah, played the attachment.
And black just extended.
And then white extended.
And white crawled.
And now black turned.
Played away.
Played away.
Yeah.
Saying that this is enough.
Well, you see, that's a really big move because it finishes off this.
Finishes off the right.
Yeah.
There's no no anything.
It sort of goes against the grain because black seemed to have potential to finish that upper side with Sente.
Sure.
So, and allowing this is really big. But at this point, I think it's just a choice of. It looks like it's for AlphaGo at this point. It's just a choice of winning variations, and so it's really hard to judge how the way it's playing because even though it might play moves that I think are wrong,
right,
it's going to win at this point anyway. I think.
Right.
Yeah.
Goodness. Well, if it's got
okay. Well, this is
surplus
interesting.
of
This is
options.
exciting. I was the one hope that Kretze has, of course, is this black group in the center is not completely settled yet.
Not actually alive.
Yeah. So there could be a lot more excitement coming, and we can see that black is actually trying to save this stone in the corner, and so that means that we still have at least 2 weak groups that are unsettled, and there's going to be more fighting.
All right, so there may be still a lot of game left, and I see another 2 folks here who are willing to come on up and help us. Haja and Stephanie, have you had a nice break?
Hi, Michael and Andrew.
Hello, hello. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah. Couldn't really have any break because the game has been really
so
thrilling.
exciting.
Yes.
Yes.
This has definitely been so exciting.
Yeah.
Have you been reviewing? Do you have some insights for us here?
Yes, I actually came
Some
back
news?
from Chinese group from discussion room. They were highlighting this move over
switch.
here. They think that this is a very powerful move for black because for human player we should take a longer time to find out this move, but AlphaGo just find that move in the next second.
Right. Seemed very immediate.
Yes.
With a lot of reading skills.
Yes.
All right. Okay, well, this sounds like a great time to switch out because, again, it seems like things are heating up again. They cooled off
Yes.
briefly. All
Okay.
right.
Thank
Right.
you.
Yes.
See you in an hour.
See you. Right.
So many things happened.
Yes.
So we left.
and that group is dead for white,
Yes.
and the upper right corner is completely dead. And this group is unsettled.
Right.
And like Michael was talking about, the middle group for black is still not 100% alive yet.
Right. Yes. As Micah and Andrew counted, this black's territory over here is really big.
Yes.
So
It's about like 100 points, more than 100
right.
points.
Yes, they were counting over 100. So with what white have, only over here and a little bit over here and there, it's not going to be nearly enough.
For white.
So white's hope is to somehow using the fact that this group's not alive yet. If black has to come back and then play all the moves out inside to capture, that would reduce this territory a lot. And also with this uncertainty, white might have a chance to attack these 3 stones.
I see. Very interesting. Okay.
Yes. By the way, about this move, I was a little bit surprised because I was expecting black to answer over here. What did you think?
Yeah, I think so. That move not only helped the center group for black, but also it's connecting with the stone on this corner and this corner.
Right, yes.
But it is a big move.
It is. And it's a very safe move as well, like simplifying the game.
Okay.
So let's follow the game. White Haned on the corner, which is a very common response. Yes. And black like tiger mouse. Yes. Right. At this point, black wouldn't consider connecting here because this is a bad shape.
It's called an empty triangle. It's one of the worst shape.
Yes. Something you should avoid.
Yes.
So here, black could start the koh shape. Like
Another
this.
koh. Oh. Okay. And then.
Yes. And then black might consider something like this hane or some other code threads. Another option for black is to Atari from this side.
And I guess white has to take that stone.
That's right. And here black could consider cut this one. Yes.
Okay. And white connects.
Right. And then capture this one.
So now it gives me two choices, either cut here or cut here.
Right.
What
It
do you think?
seems
Cutting here
yeah,
is
this
better.
one is bigger because when black connects here, this corner becomes dangerous.
Yes. Okay.
So let's suppose black cuts this side and black can play like this. That would give whites quite a good territory over here, but it settles the black shape here.
Right.
And also when white needs like one more move around here, black can connect this one and then like look at this
It's a
weak
sente
point.
move. I
Yes.
see. Maybe white will push and cut here while protecting the cut by cutting black stone. Maybe it's going to be in danger. There's still a
Yes.
cutting point
And
here.
something also not certain is this connection and then Atari.
Oh, yes. So maybe this move won't work.
It's possible, but like a bit complicated.
Right.
But in any case, this would simplify the game a lot, which would be in black's favor, considering black's territory.
And also AlphaGo likes to
That's right,
simplifies
yes.
the game. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so it seems like it happened like this. And
Black Atari and then Atari here.
yes, if
And-
white cuts here, then we will see this one.
Or maybe this connecting works?
Yes,
or-
that's also possible, and it's a sente. White will probably take this one,
And
and
then
black
I
will need to come back, right?
Because
and
there's
then-
a connecting move here, right? And
Yes.
those four stones are in danger. If white tries to jump out, there's a wedge here.
That's right, yes.
And then it's be a very basic capture technique. It's called a connect and die.
Yes,
Yeah, because I'm teaching the young kids. They're studying learning these basic techniques.
that's right, yes.
Okay. All right. So
So here, white could also consider cutting this one, and then coming out. But here, black will probably connect this one.
like you said, the corner is in danger now.
Right,
There's extending here. Looks like it's dead.
yes. But I'm thinking maybe for white, this could be preferable. Because after this,
There's a cutting
this
point.
can be more like cool instead of like just dying. And that would give more room for white to change things.
Is it because the extending down it's not working in this case because of the cutting point on the top, isn't it?
I am actually not sure. I wasn't sure.
Okay.
Let's take a look.
Okay.
Because, so let's say black Atari is here.
Is it blocking working? I
Yes.
probably
That and like this. So yeah, it doesn't work.
because black has a 4 liberties and white has a 3.
Right.
Okay.
Yes.
够中盘获胜。
但是虽然柯洁现在输掉这盘棋，但是我们还是要为柯洁那个这个积极那个努力的那个心态，我们还是要给他点100个赞。
对，我觉得这盘棋下的还是非常的精彩。
对。好，现在他们应该在进行复盘了。好的，那么就是感谢大家的那个观看，那么我们今天的讲解就到此结束了，谢谢大家。是吧？上来说了个结束语。
长不行了，这我不得被烧了。那我什么意思？我干嘛不直接走？长怎么办？
长它是不是会？它能不能消啊？
它就急了。
它急，那就急。下边就吃你。
我怎么走的？
对你那边怎么进去？
本来我打劫也应该靠一个，靠我不一定这边点。这个棋让的特别差。
看看这个题为什么？
看一下这个题。其实我如果走这边能活动，这个让你吃。你们那人是摆的。
你摆上确实挺复杂的，搞不清。你这时间不是挺多的吗？你这地方，你怎么就？这我这打贴着这样，我这靠它凝固住。这边怎么走？
这我也服了，干你！我直接干你！
不是你走这个我晕住了，不是你走这个我继续收气了。
这是费城的感觉，这过分了。
你走这个我就收气了。那我对你之前那个不是
我接了你，我往里搬上来。
就这个好，那个我不给你打算。
你也不让他够，你跟我确实不硬。
那肯定。
这其实，
这不就吃你吗？不就把这个吃了吗？
他吃的菜有多少个？吃完。
不就是给你吃掉吗？那我不往外面赠了，我吃你。
Good afternoon. Those Go fans, friends from the media and the audience on site. And we are going to have the so-called Josuke sum up or wrap up for the match 2. And for today's Go match, I am quite impressed and excited. Although Ke Jie has lost today's game, but we really feel quite inspired by his moves. And we believe Ke Jie is going to present another splendid Go match tomorrow. When Ke Jie goes to the stage, please encourage him. And we will invite Fan Hui and Gu Li to do the match summary. Hello, everyone. Quite honored to be able to do the match wrap-up of today's match with Gu Li. Let's start with line 4. So what kind of variation is this, Mr. Gu? For the white, normally it should be here so that it could target at this space. But I was a little bit concerned about this extent. But Ke Jie actually, I believe he wants to do the connect here. So this is the value that he was targeting at. After fourth move, there are a lot of exciting variations following, quite interesting. First, this jump. This jump is expected. And then the black cut. And what does that mean? I saw that after the cut, it will do the honey. And then after the honey, let me put the stones here. Here, let's do the push, and then Atari. So the black Atari. Atari again. And the block. And actually, white could do the honey, but actually it's a band and then cut. So this part is already dead. And actually, the white could build a ladder after the bend. So the black is actually weak in this territory. Oh, that's what's happening here. And Alpha did this unexpected move, which is quite a good move. If you do the cut here, then the white could do the cut and do the bend, but the white could not actually connect here. So AlphaGo did a very good, efficient move. And then this is the Atari. The white has to block here. And then this jump. One question. How do you think about this variation? We think Ke Jie seems to be quite difficult for Ke Jie. Whether for its next move, should he do the cut? Or should I read some online commentaries on this match? It seems that on this territory or this group, it's a weak group for the white. And actually, there could be some little value for the white here. As for AlphaGo, let me give you some AlphaGo's tips. At the very beginning, from this point, this jump by black, and the white attach, black cut, and the white Atari, and then jump. And including this Atari, and then AlphaGo at the very beginning, and for its every move, even the sequence has been carefully calculated to maximize the value of the variation. So from the judgment of AlphaGo, it's a master in Go. So is Ke. Both players have actually showed their best skills in this match. For human players, if the white stays here, maybe the value will be higher, or do the full recover or exchange. I was quite amazed that the white cut here, then the 4 black stones should be dead. At that time, I felt that the white might have some influence outside. Why the white made this move? Suddenly, I was revealed Ke didn't extend here. I was quite surprised at that extend move. You know, I don't know how, Guli, you as a top Go player, how do you view this? Maybe Ke felt AlphaGo might think this is the best move, but Ke did the move, and Ke should be more cautious in this. If the white could not make a very good move later, then we have to do the escape. And if the black is dominating this, then it's quite a failure for the white. There is not a value for the white. No matter value has seen this jump or not. AlphaGo also believed that this extend is quite a good move. AlphaGo likes this move, very good, but on the upper right group, the cut move should not be done. We should not do the cut move. So from this one to the extend, this is really a very good exemplification of the top Go players' moves or variation. And then there is a race. Capture and race, knight's move by the black. And then the white invasion. The black do the so-called shooter. And there should be some kind of consideration by many of the audience online on this move by doing the pincer, whether it's the jump or the hasami or the pincer. It seems that not a very good move because it leaves the later moves to be in a weak position. And when it is doing the connection, it actually might left some cutting point for the white. Maybe AlphaGo is different from what the human player is thinking. It might thinking more about the white's outside territory. So yeah, there are different styles. It's different styles when we think about AlphaGo's, how it plays Go game versus the human players. Yeah, we should do the artery here. And for alpha and the black should do the attach to this black stone's move. Well, doing this jump doesn't seem to be given any influence here, or value. It's a low value move. So is this cutting move more valuable than the jump, than then the single jump. Well, we are not quite sure about that. Let's look at the later moves. The black is not doing the attach. Maybe it wants to have some new variations. And then the white do the hammer. We don't know black or white which is a better move. When I do the Go teaching in Europe, there are many students and Go fans. They want to watch the top players to actually just they want to watch this kind of capturing race. They want to really see this big capturing race between two top Go players. It's like the party has started, especially for the Atari. Very interesting. At least there are 7 big legs and 7 big dragons. And actually, there is one cutting point here, and it's quite complicated. So let's do the Atari here, and then attach. So this is living stone now, and then white Atari. Ke Jie did an attack here. And I felt quite concerned for Ke Jie here because it's quite difficult to do the cold thread by this move. And in the latter moves, I do feel no matter what, and it's more important to have a really outstanding match. AlphaGo also believes that Ke Jie has made the right move, and Mr. Hasabis also made a commentary online, said he liked Ke Jie's move. It's a wonderful, match that Ke Jie has done. So we will leave more time to the press interview to listen to what they have to say. We would like to really thank the 2 most authoritative commentators. Next, we are going to invite the 3 speakers. As a professional Go player, I would like to talk about my own impression. When I look at the critical move, I actually has observed the facial expressions of Ke Jie. As a professional player, I would like to share with you my impression. After that move, and actually the black is not attaching, is that a trap? After coming down, Ke Jie actually went for some fruits, and then he made a very wry smile. And why do I tell you this? Because we do not see this in traditional Go playing book series, where I've seen this cutting, this jump. Each day we are in a new world of Go. In the future, we could really evaluate this, and I believe this Wuzhen Go match will be an unforgettable experience to everyone here. Next, let's invite Mr. Hasabis, Mr. Silva, and also Ke Jie. Let's warmly applaud to welcome Ke Jie.
Good afternoon. This is really a very exciting match because I think it's worthwhile for us to study the match carefully. And well, actually, there is a question that everyone wants to ask. Maybe you can shoot the question because you said to me that you wanted to get the answer of this question. So maybe why not you ask the questions here? the question is to you. Mr. Hasabis, at 11:30 on Twitter, you said that Ke Jie has made a perfect match, and then which move afterwards was not good afterwards. And this is a very complicated match, and for professional Go players, I think Ke Jie did have a chance in the beginning, but then do you think that Ke Jie has a chance of winning the match somewhere in the future, high probability of winning the match?
So, to answer this question, but basically we were in the control room looking at what AlphaGo's evaluation is saying, the evaluation, the win rate. And for roughly the first 50 moves, it thought that Ke Jie had played perfectly. So it agreed with all the moves. And then for the first roughly 100 moves, it's the closest game we've ever seen anyone play against the master version of AlphaGo.
I am from Xinhua News Agency. I have two questions to Mr. Hasabis. In the first match, many professional players thought that at the end game, AlphaGo experienced a little bit loss. Technically, how do you comment on this little bit imperfect move at the end of the game in the first match? In today's match, many people, when they look at Ke Jie, and when they judge the situation, I wonder whether there is a moment that professional goers actually think that Ke Jie has an advantage.
需要我给你重复一下吗？两个意思。
Yeah, maybe repeat the question. Yes, thank you.
看样子您的问题很难回答。
Yeah, so in the first game, you know, you would have to ask the strong Go players where they thought, you know, AlphaGo, what chances they thought for both sides in the first game. But one thing I can tell you at the end of the first game is that, you know, AlphaGo only maximizes what it thinks is its probability to win. So often towards the end of the game, we see some moves where maybe it gives away some points, but because it's not trying to maximize its winning margin. So it doesn't really matter about that as far as AlphaGo is concerned. It's only concentrating on winning the game.
第二个问题，那个王靖宇，那就是新华社的那个想问你的，就是说。
Well, the second question is for today's match. Did the Ke Jie have any chance throughout the game?
Well, again, you know, I'm not the right person to ask for that, but as far as AlphaGo evaluation was concerned, the first 50 moves and first 100 moves even was very, very close. So I presume there was many chances for both sides in that first period of the game.
Actually, I think that for the first question, Gu Li has already, when he asked the first question, he already answered the second question. A very close game, but not a lot of chances. That's also my comment. Thank you very much, Ke Jie and AlphaGo, for giving us such an exciting match. In the match, we can see that Ke Jie put his hand on the chest. I wonder whether you were under a lot of pressure. That's the first question. The second question is, today on the website, a lot of people thought that you are really very powerful and strong, and I want to know whether you will continue to fight more and more stronger in the future matches. Putting my hand on the chest is because I think I got a chance. Today's match is different from the first match. For the first match, AlphaGo was very stable. If you know Go, you know that AlphaGo actually in today's game did some moves which were opposite from his vision of maximizing the probability of winning. From the perspective of human beings, he stretched a little bit, and I was surprised at some point, and I also thought that I was very close to winning the match in the middle of the game, but maybe that's not what AlphaGo was thinking. So I was very excited. I can feel my heart bumping. So maybe because I'm too excited, I did some wrong or stupid moves. I guess that's the biggest weak point of human beings. I think I am not psychologically stable enough. I am really very nervous because my heart was beating so fast. I put my hands on the chest to make sure that it can slow down a little bit. So I feel a little bit sad. It's really a regret because I think I performed pretty well. I didn't think that I did something wrong. I think I played a very good match. However, in this match with AlphaGo, it seems to me that well, maybe it's not that exciting. Maybe exciting for the first half of the match, and then relaxed or loosened all of a sudden in the second half of the match because I was really too nervous. So I hope that for the next match I can play a much better game. In today's game, I was very excited, but then still I am very nervous. All of us here are professionals. We can feel that. And then let me ask you another question, Mr. Hasebis. Ke Jie's, do you think that it's Ke Jie guiding the match, guiding the direction of the match, or do you think it's different today versus the day before yesterday?
I think today's match was really an amazing match, and you know, with so much fighting all over the board, it's the kind of thing that AlphaGo often finds difficult. So I think it was amazing that you know, I think Ke Jie pushed the game into this kind of position. That's what it felt like to us, and I think that's was a very good strategy. And I think you know, Ke Jie is right that he had many chances in this game, and you know, it was a very close game. AlphaGo thought so as well.
After one day rest, yesterday you also listened to a lot of information. Perhaps you have a lot of questions to ask our spokesperson on the stage. The next question. Please also tell us where you are from. Good afternoon. I am from Shenkeji. In today's match, Mr. Hasebis sent a Twitter. According to AlphaGo valuation, Ke Jie did very well. What's the mechanism behind the valuation? Is this the first time that you said so highly praise about the performance? Is this the first time that you praise?
So AlphaGo has a mechanism to evaluate how well it's doing in each position. And this is fundamental to how AlphaGo thinks. It's always trying to evaluate what it thinks is likely to happen in the game, who it thinks is going to win.
and it chooses its moves to try and maximize its chances of winning. And so this means that we can always watch and ask AlphaGo, how well does it think it's doing at any point in the game? And so when we looked at the actual curves, the plots that showed how well AlphaGo believed it was doing, it showed something remarkable, which was that the game was exactly balanced, which suggests that the game was really something like a perfect game of Go had been played. And that this went on for something like 50 moves absolutely perfectly matched. If anything, it thought that actually Koji had come out better in the opening. And then for another 50 moves, the game was extremely close still. And so it was really only towards the end of the game that AlphaGo really felt that it had started to gain the upper hand.
So I should also add that for us in the control room, we've never seen a game this close with the master version of AlphaGo, so our hearts were fluttering as well.
We take this as an encouragement. Indeed, these are two very good and amazing matches. We hope that the best is yet to come. For the third match, you already raised your hand the day before yesterday. That person. Because I want to give more media chances.
Television network, and my question to Mr. Ke, first of all, congratulations to an amazing and perfect game. But according to Mr. Hasabis' tweet that you had played perfectly by AlphaGo's book, do you feel more frustrated or happy that you can actually closer to a machine or a robot? And the second question to you is that, are you thinking now you are closer to cracking or decoding the secret of AlphaGo? And to Mr. Hasabis, my question is, when you said that Mr. Ke played perfectly according to AlphaGo's algorithm, did you just assume that AlphaGo has already topped in the world of Go? Thank you.
Are you a reporter from China or from foreign countries?
I think if you are a Chinese reporter, please raise the question in the real Chinese way. Well, yes, the question has been actually conducted in a very fast English-speaking rate, so it's difficult for Ke to follow. Let me rephrase my question. Ke, you did a perfect game this morning. Do you feel happy, more happy, or more, frustrated because you are actually closer, shorten the gap between you and AlphaGo? And do you think you could actually find a tactics to break AlphaGo's strategy, AlphaGo's way of playing Go? And also for Mr. Hasabis, do you think AlphaGo could already be the #1 Go player in the world? For my media, because our working language is English. Sorry for raising the question for the first time in English. I really don't feel that this match versus AlphaGo is the one that I could have the chance to beat AlphaGo. Yesterday, in the AI forum, it said that for the master version of the AlphaGo, actually AlphaGo at the beginning of the game could actually give, actually 12 points and to Lucido. And that's quite amazing for if we are playing against a human player, AlphaGo must thought I have played greatly today. And I felt it's a compliment for me. And I was too excited during the match that I did a bad move. And yes, I was nervous during the match because I was playing against such a mighty player, but that's an encouragement for me.
So the second question. My tweet was meant in the highest respect. So the idea was to nothing to do with assuming AlphaGo is a great player, the #1 player. It's to do with, I thought the fans, Go fans and Go players around the world would be interested to know what AlphaGo's evaluation, its own thought of the position. So I wanted to give everybody a glimpse into that and to show how amazing that Ke had been playing and what an amazing game he was playing. That was the purpose of my, my tweet.
Make a clarification about a point which came up in the AI forum yesterday, which is we had this statement about how AlphaGo is stronger the AlphaGo master version is stronger than the previous version in self-play. And the number of stones it can give itself in self-play only shows that AlphaGo, because it's trained against itself, AlphaGo has become very, very good at exploiting its own weaknesses, because this is how it trains. It trains by playing itself. And so if there's any kind of weakness, like the one which we saw in the match with Lisidol in move 78 of game 4, AlphaGo becomes expert at finding and probing those particular weaknesses. So this does not say anything about how it actually plays against a human, because it's just become an expert at beating itself. So I think we also, although it has become much stronger, I think we also shouldn't take the amount it has gained in strength too literally. It is a much stronger player, but we really don't know how that really generalizes to humans. The scales are simply not comparable in any way at all.
That is to say, based on my own understanding, number one, AlphaGo is actually improving itself every day. So point two for Ke is that Ke is eager to win. Ke desires to win. And of course, as a human being, you know, it will take its second opportunity very seriously because today's match is the opportunity to win. I believe Ke is emotionally, you know, advantageous point against AlphaGo. But for the third match, Ke, being yourself, play your best. So you two have already asked questions in the first press conference. Let's give the others opportunity. The lady with glasses. I'm from Sina Go channel. My question is about this 3 matches, all the data. When could we get the data published? Because for last year against Lisidol, it was published only last March. What about today's match? Will there be a kind of data map also being published? When and how?
We haven't decided yet on all the publications. One thing I will say is that we will be publishing in an academic paper pretty soon all the technical details behind this new version of AlphaGo. So all of the kind of technical details and the new architecture, the things that David Silver covered yesterday in his talk, in much more detail will be another paper like our original Nature paper. So that will be in a few months' time. And then we will also think about what to do with games and other things, but that's still for another day. At the moment, we're focusing on the match.
Yeah, today is the second match. We all know. It could be said, Ke, it's tougher for Ke. Today is already the second match, and it's going to be tougher for Ke. We are used to do the Joseki fixed pattern. And last 3 questions, we still have paired Go match, and so that how the human beings could interact, could actually synchronize with the machines. As a professional player, I'm quite much looking forward to that experience, and tomorrow we could have other opportunities to raise questions. Let's have the last 3 questions. This gentleman, please. My question is for Mr. Hassabis. Why Dr. Huang has become the actual, playing the chess, moving the stones on behalf of AlphaGo? Why not the common people like me do the moves for AlphaGo? So the second question is for Kejie. Kejie, how do you feel? What if you are playing against somebody like Mr. Hassabis? Do you think that it will emotionally help you?
Dr. Huang, Adja, he's a pretty good amateur Go player himself. I think he's 5 Dan, something like that, amateur. So he's used to playing Go in tournaments. Of course, not at this level, but he's played many tournaments. So he knows how to, play the stones correctly with the right etiquette. So, and be very calm. Because it's quite a lot of pressure as well to make sure he does everything correctly. So he's very, very good at this. So he's the person we nominate to have the honor to make the moves.
First, talk about Dr. Huang. I know he's one of the core members of the AlphaGo research team. Quite amazing person. When I was facing him during the match, I thought Dr. Huang was playing the game like a robot. And what if Gu Li, for example, not against Mr. Hassabis, but against a professional human player like Mr. Gu Li, then I could observe the facial expressions of the player. That might be helpful to me, but Dr. Huang is like a robot. How could I observe different facial expressions? Oh my God! So if it's Dr. Huang, I feel that I am playing against a machine. And if you look at the live broadcast of the match, you might feel I am quite, I made a lot of moves. I kept moving my bodies, all kinds of body gestures during the match. But if you observe Dr. Huang, he didn't move at all. And he didn't need to go to the washroom. He didn't need to drink anything. I don't know how he could manage to do that, but that's quite, unthinkable for me. Yeah, in my eyes, Dr. Huang is AlphaGo.
Sometimes we think maybe he is a robot. I think he must be practicing in front of the mirror.
Thank you for this question. You made us relax a little bit. Let me also ask you a question. Why is the first move for the black on the left bottom? Because usually it's on the right top. I saw Kejie a little bit surprised.
We must apologize a bit for that, but the problem is that AlphaGo doesn't know what is up and down on the board, so it doesn't have any idea everything is symmetrical, so it doesn't know. So sorry about that.
I understand it absolutely. If it's human beings, then perhaps it's intentional. However, AlphaGo is always calm, like what Mr. Hassabis said. For AlphaGo, the board is symmetrical. So I was surprised for a second. It was okay. Well, I think this is a very valuable 2 seconds for Kejie. That one in black. Good afternoon. I am from guoke.com. I'm a science editor. I have a question to Demis and David. You are internal technicians, scientists in the team. So your understanding of AlphaGo's strategy, I wonder whether it's different from the understandings from Kejie or Li Seido.
So if I understood the question correctly, we are not ourselves strong Go players. So instead, we have to understand what's going on in the game through AlphaGo's own eyes. And so what we do is we sit in the control room and we observe the internals of AlphaGo, and we use those internals to try and judge what's happening in the game. And this can be quite fascinating because although we're naive from a Go player's perspective, we do get some insights from AlphaGo itself, and we see things like its estimate of who is going to win in the game, which can make the game exciting in other ways than perhaps you might get as a professional Go player with a different kind of insight.
Also, when we're developing and training AlphaGo, of course, AlphaGo is playing thousands of games against itself. And what we can do is often we will look at the analysis, the statistics of what has happened, and see, what points are strange things happening with the evaluation, for example. And then we can maybe identify that could be a problem position. But then that's when we need somebody like Fan Hui on our team to come and explain to us. We can show him something strange has happened here. And then Fan Hui can come and tell us, okay, this is from a Go player's perspective, what is happening here. And then maybe we can decide, okay, so this is something AlphaGo is not so good at. So maybe we have to work harder to improve the knowledge in this area. And then with Fan Hui, we can then start thinking about the kinds of style AlphaGo has or doesn't have, what kinds of things it prefers. And then obviously when we have these tests against geniuses like Kejie and Li Sedol, then we can really know for sure what these weaknesses are. And perhaps show a little bit more about the style of AlphaGo when it's pushed to the limits, like in the match today.
The final question. The one in the back. Thank you. I have a question that I've been wanting to ask a long time ago. In the past, there is a Japanese Go player. He also, I want to ask Kejie, AlphaGo, what is the level of AlphaGo in the Go game? If we say that 100 is the perfect score, what score would you give to AlphaGo? And then what score will you give to you yourself? And then the same question to Mr. Hasebis. How far does AlphaGo stand from perfection? If we say that the perfect score is 100, then what score would you give to AlphaGo? For me, before AlphaGo shows up, I think I only understand 50% of the Go. But with AlphaGo, indeed, I think my understanding of the life of human beings have changed. It's very difficult to predict the future. AlphaGo is very powerful. I think the best thing that I can do is to do myself, to improve myself. I can see the shortcomings, areas that I can improve. Well, I know the rules of the game, but then compared to AlphaGo, I think I'm absolutely lagging behind. But I'll try my best. I definitely will try in the third match. And after this time, I think AlphaGo to me is 100% perfection. I think to me, AlphaGo is the god of the Go game.
AlphaGo 这个可能是我没法去评价的。
I can't comment on AlphaGo, but then there are so many variations and changes in the Go game, and then for human beings, our understanding of this game is only very limited.
For me, I don't know the answer to this question. You know, we just try to make AlphaGo stronger every day, and what I hope is that things like this kind of event and humans and machines, the legendary players and the AIs together can get us all towards closer towards 100 out of 100.
谢谢三位。
Thank you very much. Personally, I think this is a very difficult question to answer. What percentage or what score is quantified? But then, how do human beings know how to quantify something? For the Go players, sometimes they rely on intuition, and then I don't know how you would say to my answer, Mr. Hazabis. I also want to add a few points. I've heard a lot of comments about AlphaGo. I know that for AlphaGo, white and black has a big difference. For machines, it's 45% winning probability for black, and then a 55% for the white. So is it okay that I take the white in the third match? Because I want to present to all of you a very exciting and amazing game with a lot of capturing races in the third match. It will make me very excited. So this match with AlphaGo gives me the feeling like playing with a human being. I'm sure that I will do a much better match, and hopefully I can take the white in the third match.
Yes, that's no problem. We'll be happy to play black in the final match. So,
thank you. Thank you.
我想这个不是。
I don't think this is a question, because for all the organizers, our common goal is to create an amazing future. An excellent game is our purpose, is our objective. It's also the reason why we all come here. Thank you very much for the press conference. Thank you and goodbye.
It's just to reiterate again what an honor it is to play such a genius like Jay.